did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I could try to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since
There we go. I was pouring myself a glass of water. Welcome on in, everyone. Welcome on in. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hello, everyone. I'm DaiShimaVT, Cookie Vtuber. Today, yippee! Today we are going to be doing. I'll be trying to do Blender. I'll try to do a Blender. I'll do the Blender. Oh, so for the people on YouTube, I did forget to Stinky. I'll try to number 2 do the actual thing I said yesterday with the leaderboard. I forgot. New features are confusing. Okay, let me look at that. Redoing my camera. Alright, there we go. You forgot? Yeah, wow, I know, right? Anyways, welcome on in, Milo. I love hot anime men. Cross this week first, by the way, hot anime men. Golden Bones, Max, Kyra, and all the lurkers. Welcome on in. Yeah, today I'm gonna be attempting to follow a tutorial for Blender. We'll see how it goes. And Campbell. I'm doing a Blender tutorial, and it was great. That's it did since you didn't have a good computer. Oh, I mean, you do need a decent computer for Blender. Definitely true. You can definitely always try to remind me as I'm cleaning up stream if I haven't already done the leaderboard stuff. Shadow, welcome on in. Yeah, but let's go over to. Oh, I didn't make a button for this, so let's go over here. And I need to move myself. Like that, maybe? I think this is right. Yeah. But this is Blender. I think when I have the video going, I'll probably have the BGM off. But let's software. Too many buttons! Let's go get TikTok in here, and then we'll get started with all the stuffy stuff. As we do here. We are doing the blenders. You understand what, Milo? What we're confused. I'm glad you understand now. I don't know what you're confused with, but I mean, hiding Kakardi. You should see Blender. I do recall when I was growing up, Blender was a lot more confusing from what I've heard, but it's definitely less bad now. Yap, gift sub, or indicate experience. What do you mean by that, Kyra? Oh, for the leaderboard. Oh, yeah. Different stuff doing the leaderboard on YouTube, and you get points by just like giving money or just chatting in chat. I think it's a good system. I don't like this only one stream. I wish it would be like per month or per week. It'd be easier to manage. But hey, I'll take it. Yeah. It's like it's weird. But I also need to get my overlay for my chat updated so you guys have your levels up there, but The points? What do you mean the points are working for you? I love hot anime men. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by your points are not working? Like the redeems? The redeems on there? I mean, you can always go to YouTube and you can use them that way. They should work though. I don't know why. Try to. When you can't get it, the points are like overtime. How are you doing, Akio? Welcome on in. Blender, not like a mixer. It does have spam. It has spam protection. That's nice. That's nice. It has spam protection built in. Okay, we're gonna add it to my story. There we go. Explosion! No! Listen, can't I? How you doing? Is I cow, right? Thought drop. When you're watching by here, damn, you saw me drop by. Oh, thank you so much. I hope chat can help piece me back together. Oh, there we go. Now my stuff is mixed together. How you doing, Elliot? Welcome on in, Elliot. Chat is starting with a vengeance here. Excuse me. Polar, welcome on in. What's happening? Chat made me explode. So what we're doing, we're gonna be doing some art with Blender. For that, I think what I'm gonna do. I might have to. Oh, what I might do. Can I like? Like that, maybe? Can I go? Can I go like that? And then... I have to fix this little capture here. We're gonna go... Excellent. Okay, it looks like that is working. Blender tutorial, we're gonna squeeze that down. Actually, we should crop it right there. Crop it. I was just changing how I had set it up. This is why I have to recrop it. So I want to be able to see my chat, and I didn't really take that into account. Then we'll move the text. There we go. How did Chef Wonder? Welcome on in. What's up with XP? It's a weird new feature that YouTube added to like a couple days ago. Thanks so much for the follow, B and Odysseus. Thanks so much for the follow. I should change. Let me move the TikTok alerts. TikTok alerts can go like there. There. That's better. Eternal Sugar. It's Shelly, but are you cooking it out? Well, welcome on in, Shelly. Let's get started. So I'm gonna turn off the BGM there. We're gonna get started with our tutorial. Hi, Mead. I did check. At the very beginning of this is gonna have me do the interface stuff. Smoothie time. Schmoovie. So the very beginning of this. What the heck is that stuff in the? Is that just there? Did I accidentally make? I'm sure it's always there. What's my Twitch? Is DaiShimaVT Max. I have the same name everywhere.
So first, before we even get started, we're gonna turn on two add-ons that come with Blender already, but they're not by default.
Oh, should I turn this up a little bit? Yeah, DaiShimaVT on every platform. So we're gonna be following this Blender tutorial. And this is actually the first time I ever even like opened Blender. Like I installed Blender last night. But it'll be fine. And Ilia, thank you so much for the follow. You're now in a magic friend. So make sure to check all my social, all my links. Perhaps go join my Discord. Yeah, Frog. Hiding Max over on Twitch. Let's go. And thanks so much, Max, for following me on Twitch as well. And Addy Days. What am I trying to do on Blender? This tutorial is... I think we're making a little cute froggy. I think we're making Kilo Froggy. I'm following a tutorial that was sent to me.
And having them on will make it.
So if you go over to, I guess you should be able to see on top right, I have a tutorial going.
Your life
It's literally my first time like even opening Blender. Or well, technically opened, but you know what I mean. So thanks so much to follow Flora, Flora Mora, you know what a Magic Friends as well. We also are on YouTube and Twitch. You want to watch there instead, but
so let's go to Edit, Preferences, and here in the Add-ons tab, we're gonna activate Add Mesh, Extra Objects. And
where's the preferences? Hold on. I just immediately start. Oh, so I bet they're on a different Blender version. I guarantee. Where's the preferences? We're starting out. We're starting out super strong. Where I don't see where the preferences button is. I count. Oh, you're on a different name. Oh gosh. Oh god, that was a very crunchy alert sound. Oh, let me see if I can refresh that alert. That was very crunchy. Why was that so crunchy? Oh my gosh. Scuffed indeed. that was my Streamlabs alert. Thank you so much for who followed me. It was is that Winter under edit? Yeah, thank you so much. Let me thank you so much to Sundari May for the follow as well on Twitch. And Troy, yeah, we're gonna go under it's under window. Okay, it just moved slightly. Window. I don't see window. Oh no, in window. Sorry, it's not under window. Under. I misread your comment there. It's under edit. That makes sense. Preferences. There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, and can you see my pop-up windows? You cannot see my pop-up windows. Got it. Understandable. So I have the pop-up window here. Most of the time, it's not going to be end interface. That's fine. And thank you so much to follow Bob Rocks. Now in Magic Friends. The tutorial is just going to have me do some basic setup stuff, which might be a little... Here, actually, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to make this a little bigger. Sarah, Hoshi, welcome on in. And Zool, welcome on in. You're home alone with shenanigans, all the shenanigans. Oh, Chef, welcome on in. Not too much, just a little scuff. And thank you so much follow Addie. I'm going to make the window capture here a little bigger while it's under the preferences, because we're going to have... It looks like there's some version differences. But we're going to temporarily, while you guys can't see what I'm doing, I'm going to make this a little bigger. And House Arhal, thank you so much for follow as well. And Donnie, welcome on in.
Also,
and my bad. What about my bad? Huh? What's MB stand for? It's not my bad. I'm too smart. You put TikTok your name on your socials. You're the biggest brain, internal sugar. Scuffed eye, yes. We'll get this back up in. There we go.
Here in the input tab, I have
input.
3-button mouse on. And what this is going to do is let you select loops by double clicking, which you're going to see me doing a lot. And here on key map, be sure to have tap for pie menu and extra shading pie menu items on.
Okay, so we got tap for pie menu. What's the one I want it? Suggesting it's
two. I know that we're
extra pie shading menu items. Got it.
Set.
Good morning, Mad Adder. See you later, iCow. Oh, so actually, did you see your? This is my I don't know. See you later. Have a good time. Gotta go to the kitchen. Go have fun in the kitchen.
Here and save preferences.
There is another setting that someone else suggested, and if I go scroll down, you guys can see it. Wait, there was. No. Here for this comment here. If I go to edit preferences key map as well, I can also change something here. So edit preferences key map 3D view. I guess key bind. 3D view. Good morning, Matt Adder, by the way. But yeah, I'm fixing as you can see on the little thing. I'm fixing this key binding that's switched for new versions for some reason. Yeah, it's so nice. Yeah, we can actually see your chats, Max. Yeah, exactly. Annabelle, welcome on in. I do try to keep up with chat, even when chat is zooming. So we got preferences. No, even like I read all 3 of my chats. We got TikTok, YouTube. It depends. It depends. We're just starting. We might more people get pushed out later. Who knows? I definitely read all of your messages. Put your eyes back on. Am I googly? Do I not have my googly eyes on? I could turn here. I'll turn googly eyes on for you guys. There we go. Anyway, so this message is edit preferences key map free view. 3D view. And then we're gonna go image paint. Scroll down. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing right now. I'm fixing a keybind, so I don't get confused later. Where's image view? Actually, I can turn the BGM back on while we're going for this. Image view. I don't see an image view. Where's art now? It is. No, image paint. Sorry, image paint. Image paint. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing. Box select, zoom, align, paste, snapping. I legitimately don't see it. That's very strange. I mean, they might have changed the name of it again since this is another year forward. I could just ignore that. I could just ignore this thing. Love the eyes, hiding stay. I think I'll just ignore that suggestion that this comment was saying there. And we can go back to the tutorial.
All set. We're gonna click here and save preferences.
You have to save them? Okay. Oh, there's also different options. You can revert to saved. Interesting. Oh, no, there is an auto save. So I'm assuming it actually did auto save, but whatever. So we did save. Hi, doing Cloudy. Welcome on in. We're going to be trying doing Blender today.
So first, let's select the cube with right click. Let's hit X to delete it because we're going to start off with a new object.
Oh, wait.
And
I think this comment said it was... X isn't deleting it. Hold on. I think someone said it was... Oh, no. It is. I didn't select it. I'm a baka. Don't worry about that.
Hit Shift A to bring up the...
Don't worry about that. We're doing Blender. Oh, so I should make this smaller now. Now that we've gone this, we should make this smaller again. Sorry about that. I almost messed that up. I'm attempting to use Blender for the first time. Is what we're doing. Blender is a 3D modeling software. It's a free 3D model software. How are you doing, House Arhal? A little tip: Mac version is especially different from when. I assume the version I'm following is on Windows. Who uses Macs? Who uses Macs? I'm kidding. But I think the version this person's using is probably Windows. Googly eyes, Koki. I like 90% sure this person's using Windows. It looks like Windows. The XP thing, Cloudy, is a new leaderboard system they added. It just gives you, like, at the end of the stream, I can, like, give you guys shout outs if I don't forget again.
Objects menu. We go up to mesh and check this out. These are the extra objects we just installed. And we're gonna go and select round.
We got mesh, which is right here. Mac S3 color dot preferences. We don't have that. I think here, let me freaking look at it closely. That looks like the Windows version. On the top right has the Windows icons. I don't know. I'm like 90% sure that's the Windows version they're using. Oops, let me get this back over here. There we go. Kyra is definitely still there. Definitely. They definitely have an older version of what I'm using, but like burger, yes. But it's definitely Windows.
Cube.
Let me. What's it like? What we're having?
To bring up the objects menu. We go up to mesh and check this out. These are the extra objects we just installed. And we're gonna go and select round
What do you mean we
cube.
just installed? Hold on. Where did we install stuff? In the tutorial, what do you mean what we just installed? Was there somewhere in this tutorial where it had to be install something? What do you mean? How you doing, Tito? I don't know if it's your birthday. Happy birthday to it's a Teto, right? For like the focal item, assuming, right? Happy birthday.
Extra objects we just installed. And we're gonna go and
Pokemon
select.
Okay, no. What? Where did it have? Where did it? I didn't install anything in this.
Here on key map, be sure to have tab for pie menu and extra shading pie
What
menu
models?
too. I know that
What
we're all set. We're
models?
gonna click here and say preferences.
What? We never installed shit.
So first, let's select the cube with right click. Let's hit X to delete it because we're gonna start off with a new object.
Okay.
And now we hit Shift A to bring up the objects menu. We go up to mesh and check this out. These are the extra objects we just installed.
I didn't
And we're
install
gonna
shit.
select round cube.
I'm very confused. It said what mob? Oh no, Max. Oh, it's the club and stage. Do I have the object that is? What? Huh? Okay, Art. They didn't. I don't think it had me turn that on. Is there? If you have a better tutorial, or this is the one I was suggested. If you have a better tutorial, I can switch to a different one. I don't have a super preference for that. We go to. Let me go over to. It was edit preferences, right? Preferences, add-on, extra objects. Maybe add-on. I don't. Did it mention this? I don't remember it mentioning this. Because I assume this to be objects you like installed outside. No, Max, your potato. You got a water gun, Sugar? You got a water gun? I don't see him on here. We have like VR. We have Vertify. We have Node, Manage, High. I think it's like assuming we installed something. And it's like hiding Ale and Max over on Twitch. You see us. Like if I go to the description on this, where the hell is it assuming I installed this crap? House R-Hole, if you have a tutorial, I can't switch to that. What's weird is like you would assume global transform. No, is it just like something most people add as a? That's so weird. See you later, Cloudy. That's so weird. This tutorial would like hinge on something. It's just like not there. Why? I mean, I do have a different tutorial. I also have. I can switch to a different one. It was. Let me go scroll up. It's a built-in add-on. 4.2. I'm on 4.4. I'm on 4.4.3. I'm on 4.4.3, not 4.2. Yeah. Like if I go over here again, it's round cube. Here, let me show you the ones I have. Like, let me take a screenshot so I can show you guys what my add-on thing is. Let me go. Like, here we go. Because I don't see the one it wants me to add. Hiding skate. Oh, it's 4.2 nice to free vault, so preference extension, extra objects. Yeah, preferences. And so do I have to get an extension? Do I have to install this? Or because I was on add-ons. I'm on here. Let me just show what I'm looking at. Mine says add curve extra objects under add-ons. Let me show you what. How are you doing, Gil? We are currently fighting a tutorial that didn't give. It's like assuming I have something installed, and I totally don't. It's supposed to be for beginners. This is what happens when your tutorial's like old. It's like, what did you change? Here, see you later. See you later, Sugar, and welcome on Gil and Judd. Here, let me bring this image up. Oh God, please open up. Here we go. It's in preferences. This is what I'm looking at right now. Unless I'm blind, I don't. I mean, I can go to Git extension if that's what I mean. I can install a new extension. Controls are great. Useless. I'm trying to, Hermes. We're literally getting stuck at like, oh, you need to use this extension that you're supposed to have installed. This is supposed to be like a good tutorial. But yeah, we have. Oh, Max, it must be on your internet. I don't know. I no one else is saying it's laggy. Yeah, mine has an official global tab on top. That's all. I have whatever the latest version of Blender is. Maybe I have to go. House. Let me see if there's a way to allow links real quick for you. Go permit. Is there like a permit section? Link. Let me just turn off the disabling of links for a second. I'll go to my moderation. I think I just. Here we go. You should be able to post links now. I'll just have to turn that back off later. If you want to post the link again, I should be able to see it. Once I can see in your moderation logs. No, I cannot. But you should be able to post links now. Go. There we go. There's. Let me. Oops. Yeah, let's go here. Extension menu. Git. So it is under Git extensions. So I was right. It is under Git extensions. So like that was my assumption was Git extensions. Okay, so I was right. How are you doing, Oscar? The newest Blender treating you. You need extension. Very cool. The fact, Oscar, the way that I haven't even been able to actually start is such a like Blender experience. So I have to allow online access. Repository alert. Unable to sync. What? Blender's extension more table. So I wait. What do you mean I can't sync with the more library? I say just because I have 4.4, not 4.2. But now it's saying like I go to the add-on things. The repository is like offline. What am I supposed to do? Oh yeah, this is my first time using Blender, and we're literally getting stopped. I mean, I could do something. Hi, Brosha. We're having fun and literally not having like a part installed that it assumed I had installed. It's fantastic. So yeah, repository. Maybe if I go to. Checking session updates. Okay, now there it is. There it is. Now it's working. Okay, I had to like manually force refresh the repository. That was cool. Okay, which is the one I want? I see a crap ton of ones. These versions are meant to be more accessible than 4.2. You would think that, honestly, it's just more of a tutorial issue of where they moved more stuff is. But what is the oh, after thank you so much our maid for gotcha. Thanks so much. Okay, so I have all the extensions now built, or I can install them. As you know which one I need to install. Sage, understandable. I mean, I'm new to it. I may as well start in the latest version. You know, Vtuber is beginner accessible. Vtuber is great. But the fact I got stopped on a tutorial because I didn't have like a thing installed the tutorial never mentioned is I'm sure I'm less worried about the act of 3D modeling and more we have to get the program working. Like that should not be a thing I have to do. Measure and scale. Let me go over to the video and see what it wants me. Oh, so thank you so much for the follow. Our made for gotcha. Thanks so much for the follow. Also, Beep Boop, welcome on in as well, and say hello to that. Is this extra objects? Oh, here it is. Extra curve objects. Extra curve objects. I'm going to go ahead and install extra curve objects, and I'm going to go install extra mesh objects. I feel like I should also install extra mesh objects. I'm install that as well. It's not okay. It's extra mesh objects. All right. Cool. I mean, I could uninstall curve objects, but I'm gonna assume it's fine having them both installed. I'm assuming it's not an issue. It shouldn't confuse me at all. And how you doing, Mark? Thanks so much for following Mark and Julia, now a match friends. Do make sure to check out my social on my link tree. And perhaps control my Discord, yada yada yada. Anyway, so we can go Control A or Shift A. Mesh. Now we have all of our, you know, stuff here. Wow. We have our stuff now. We can go. I think it wanted like a round cube. Here it is. It wanted a round cube. Yeah. I mean, the curved objects I see. Well, the curved objects are here. Should I get rid of mesh? No. This one did want the mesh object because this specifically was asking for the mesh object because it was asking me to go to the mesh. The curved objects will be the ones under curve. I'll leave them both on. Anyways, thanks so much for follow as well, Byler. You're now one of the match friends. So make sure you check out all my links on my link tree. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. But how are you doing on this fine Thursday? No, sorry. Today's Saturday. I think today was Thursday. Anyways, we can continue with the tutorial now. Now we have the stupid stuff installed. We can continue with the tutorial. We can, you know. Also, Grace, welcome back. Vtuber is true modeling program. I mean, I guess that's fair. Deus Ex. Let me go to my video again.
And from the menu down here, we're gonna change the
We'll sketch
to 1.
Wait, wait, how did she get a cube? I don't. Did she? Wait. Wait. Did she not say round cube? Mesh round. Did she not say round cube? Which should be a sphere. Did she not say round cube? And she got a cube.
And from the menu down here, we're gonna change. Select mesh and check this out. These are the extra objects we just installed. And we're gonna go and select round cube.
Why is it that different? Oh, is there another option? Round cube. No, I only see that one. And Corbin, thanks so much for the follow. I just need a different tutorial. Why is that like? Why is? I mean, I can add a cube, but I mean it's not the round cube. We have that. I mean, it's a sphere. Why? But like, why my round cube clearly a sphere? Why is this a spear? By the way, this is going somehow worse than I was expecting. I think you are better with the other type of blender. Yeah, maybe. Like dead ass. Like we're gonna here. Like let's look.
Now we hit Shift A to bring up the objects menu.
I'm just gonna double check where.
And check this out. These are
like
the extra objects we just installed, and we're gonna go and select round cube.
But that's what I selected. Here, let me make this bigger for myself. Round cube, yes. Shift A, round freaking cube. Spear. Round. What the hell? What do you mean? What do you mean? That's not a round cube. Oh, is it skipping something? Okay, I need a new tutorial. I bet it's like, so it sounds like a setting that was, hold on, let me go. Oops. Let me go like, oh, there we go. Okay. I was fixing that. So the bottom left, I'll think. So if I like, I need a different tutorial, guys. This tutorial is clearly, I think Blender has changed too much. So we go to, go back to it. We go to round cube. Maybe down here, we can like, I mean, that's a cube. Arc 1 would be a cube. I mean, that's just a normal cube. Oh, I could try that. It really shouldn't be an issue with installing add-ons that's breaking with. Never seen someone create a ball of a cube. I'm just that skilled. I miss you. Let's just for the, I'm just gonna close Blender and reopen it and hope for the best. Oh, I just realized this window scrap capture is still here. I forgot this was here. Still, no one mentioned that. I did install the round cube from the add-on, yes. But let's reopen Blender. I'll go check that if you tell me where it is. The way that this tutorial didn't actually, what was it like? What was delete? How did I delete this again? It was like, how it freaking it's X, right? It's X. Shift A. We're gonna go for the mesh and see if it just works. Okay, no. It might be like the radius setting. Would the radius be at the bottom? In the answer, are you talking about on the Reddit post, or I'm like I
and from the menu down here.
But is it because they mentioned it after? Oh, okay. Is this like the case of like the tutorial is wrong because they have something set? I think they changed settings. Oh my gosh, this is just a bad tutorial. Like, well, no. Like this tutorial, this person has their stuff set up where like they already saved the default of their round cube as something different. That's not a tutorial. So itty bitty girly cat, welcome on in. Do I have food? I just ate all the food. Big back, I'm sorry, and rat, welcome on in. I'm expert in just do business. I'm on for, yeah. Like, you can't change your defaults for tutorial that's for newbies and not tell them to change those settings. Yeah. I mean, maybe that version of Blender had different defaults. Maybe. Oh, can I delete the universe? Oh, never mind. Oh, so is TikTok still not wonderful? Try that. Let's try here. Let me try making another. I'll turn my BGM back on. Let's try going to a mesh. And we're gonna try making a round cube, and we're gonna go down to the round cube settings down here. They did.
We're gonna change the radius to 1.
Okay, so the radius is 1. The radius is 1. Corners. Arc 4. Yeah, but that's like if I go to let me open up the link you sent me. Because there's gonna be a few settings on there I probably need to change. But oh my goodness, why is it not mentioned like in that video in like before? I don't know. This tutorial. So I was suggesting this tutorial as being something supposed to be good. Okay, I see the video. Okay, so we need. Okay, so I need radius 1, 222, 2. I'm just gonna copy these settings real quick. Arc. I don't have a there's linear right there. I mean, that's still not right. No, what? Corners. I copied her settings. I copied her settings. Yeah. I've never seen Blender that hasn't confused the VTuber guy, right? It's just, honestly, I'm not upset just confusing me. I'm upset that you made garlic bread leaf? Hell yeah. I'm upset that I can't even get started. Like, but, like... Race is just like that. Like the arc, like you would think it'd be the arc. Oh no. There's no reason this should be like. I mean, I could just make it super round. We can make the perfect spear. Oh yeah, look at those roundness. Round should be 0.1. Sure. Let me go back to like 4. I think it was. Roundness. Oh, radius 0.1. 0. Oh, there we go. There it is. Why was the fit? Okay, but here's the thing. The thing that Brocha sent me said the radius should be 1, not 0.1. Why is this software changed this much? Why is the software changed this much? The same issue has a different... Why? Jojo, we're trying to do a Blender tutorial, and we got stuck on making a cube. I understand version changes between software. It shouldn't change so much where I literally get stuck on making a rounded corner cube. What the hell? Oh my gosh. Negaso. UV box. Okay, I think we can now continue with this tutorial. Oh, hiding JoJo again. So we have our oh my gosh. You like jazz? I like rounded corner cubes, apparently. Let's turn the BGM off. Reopen up that video.
And the reason we do this instead of just choosing a sphere is because the sphere has triangles, but this guy here has also...
Oh no, Ambrosia. Ambrosia, if you're saying this, is this why no one... Okay, this makes sense why no one ever updates the version of Blender. I always heard that people are like on 10-year-old versions of Blender. Is this why no one updates?
way easier to manipulate. Okay, so now that we have our starting object ready, let's add a...
Wait, did she just make it into a spear? Did she just make it into a spear after we spent... Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. How I open up that menu again? Let me just... Let me... Ah! Edit last action. It would be on like edit, adjust last operation. I'm assuming probably. I just remade it. Cube. We're gonna. Can I just set this back to like? I don't even know what this does. I'll leave that. I guess. I'm gonna up the arc to be more similar to what she has. Say like 5. Looks similar to what she has. Maybe 6. Thanks so much to follow your local emu simp. You're now in a magic friends. But like we spent all that time making a damn freaking cube. And we're like, no, make it a spear, which would Oh, how you doing, sad kid? Oh gosh.
Image. If you want to use the same image I'm using, you can download it from the link in the video description. So we hit Shift A, image, reference, and we go and find our concept image.
I will actually grab their image. Hold on. Let me grab their image here so you guys can see it. It's, oh my god, Imgur. Emiga. Let me save. Imgur, please listen to me. Save this. Thank you. Oh gosh. Please let me change tabs. I mean, that's a very sane take there, sad kid. 30 Zenny. I'm trying, Zenny. We spent how far are we into stream? The first thing we did, I couldn't make this. I was missing the extension, and it like moved where it was. Anyways, thanks so much to follow sad kid and all the magic friends. Do make sure to check out all my socials on the link here, perhaps here to my Discord. Is Maya worse? Spawned. Is Maya worse than Blender? I mean, Maya costs like $1 bajillion, or how you say it? How are you doing, Maple? Welcome on in. Let's it's about the same. If it's about the same, I'd rather use Blender because, like, yeah. Isn't there an iPad app that's like really good for 3D modeling? That's easy. You swallow super glue. I suggest you contact Poison Control about that. And hi, thank you so much for the follow. Do make sure to check out my socials on the link tree. Sorry, my friend, kind of tough. I thought you start by a Pokeball. I mean, hey, this is what I sense. It's supposed to be easy tutorial. Increase faces. Oh, I can change the amount of faces. Objects, objects, edit mode. No. Why is there not where you reopen that menu? Oh, so thanks so much to follow 000473. Thanks so much for follow as well. And Lee Sky, thanks so much for follow. And I actually do want to know where I see the menu I had earlier. Like you said, like edit, adjust previous operation. Oh, why is it there? Ugh. Hold on. It's on the right side of the screen now. It like, why wouldn't you just pop up the same thing? You're so real for that, Emu, just to delete it. I kind of want to know where to change this if I like had something ready. I think the right response is just to delete this to remake it. Tell me what's an accident, rat? What's an accident? Oh, so is Emu on another account? Welcome on the other account, Emu. Good to see you again. I am. Yeah, I'm just gonna the spear. What the spear? What was an accident? I don't know. We're gonna remake it again. So we're gonna go mesh. round cube, and we're gonna make it a little bit smoother. We'll go to like 6 arc. Or what who Ukraine, of course. Who supports Russia? Come on. But I mean, shitty people, I suppose. But why is it this round cube thing pop back up after like, so I click off? Oh, is it down here? If I click here, no, I don't know how to change it now. That's so strange. I'm Valerie from the world. Oh, you're okay. Listen, wait, why do you have a different Twitch? Oh no, yeah, I reckon. Are you the one that made that Google Doc? The enter, so it's not there anymore. Help you, yeah. It definitely. I definitely appreciate the hand here. With it. Oh, so was that TikTok alert really weird sounding? I don't know. XM, welcome on in. Anyways, we're gonna continue again. If you have 800 tutorials, I will switch to it. Why would I scare you? Why would I scare you? I believe you're the. Are you the one who made the Google Doc? Actually, let me scroll up on one of my DMs. I'll see really quick. So I sent. Oh my god, Noodle! Waiting for an alert to go off for that, but thank you so much for the super chat, Noodle. Is it alert gonna ever go off for that? Streamlabs? Oh, Kana! Oh, right. No, yeah, that's Kana, yeah. Listen, I've had a number of people help me on the Warrior Discord. There's a lot of good people on there. There's a lot of good people. This is more of like Blender Harlan Neuer, right? Why? I don't know why the alert's not going off there, but thanks so much for the Suba Noodle. You get your points or whatever. Anyways, we're gonna try to continue with this.
So we hit Shift A, image, reference, and we go and find our concept image.
Yeah, we're gonna put that image reference. We're gonna go add in that reference image. I did download it. Oh, is it not? Oh, is it like this? Why is it not in Blender? Blender. Is this not how you open up a context menu? Why is it not in Aura? It's not in like the normal order. So if you have a download folder with like a bunch of files like your download, why is this like that? Like it's just every folder. Oh my god. Oh gosh, no. That did not. Let me do that again. Why is this? How is Blender worse than I was expecting? Like actually how? Like I could throw into a different folder. Or I can also just, like, let me grab the file name. I'll just search for the file name in there. But that is super goofy. Super goofy. So I got the file name. I'm just going to search in the whole directory. There it is. Wow. I think, Pigeon, we are having a fun time. I swear. I think so much. Oh, the headpads are probably weirdly placed. Let me here. There we go. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, it's like not right how that was working. I think that was organized the way you do it on Unix or Linux, or I guess use Linux. It was the Linux way. We're trying to learn how to use Blender. And thanks so much for getting us the like goal. And thanks so much to follow Idle. Welcome to Land of Suffering. Exit 3 hours a day, quick. Listen, we're making content here, Ambrosia. Ketty, Thanks so much for follow as well. You know, what I'm learning is there's a really good reason for me to pay other people to do this stuff. If Blender is this horrible to, like, make a cube, there's a reason I pay other people to do stuff. Like, I want to learn Unity. Oh my gosh, why does that sound so weird? Can you guys hear that? Were you guys able to hear that TikTok alert? Were you guys able to hear that TikTok alert? For the... Why is it so weird sounding? Let me check. Let me go over to my... Yeah, the coins. TikTok and my... Yeah, TikTok, the coins. But I'm more talking YouTube or Twitch. I've seen vibes there, bro. So let me go over to my... Go open up my alert sync, see if we can... It's either... Cause that sounds right. That would... No, so that's right. It was the... Yeah, it's a weird pitch drop. Let me go over to Tickfinny sound alerts. Action events. On just a pen or done fine. I mean, editing's probably not as bad. So we're gonna go. Why is that like pitched down? You guys hear that? Why is that like... What the hell? Is that at least normal? No. Why is it... I'll try closing and reopening Tickfinity. Why is it like pitched down? Why is everything very weird right now? My computer doesn't want me to be using Blender. I'll tell you that much. I consider I'm sculpting an... Oh yeah, buy a 3D camera and just like moving it later. That would be a way. Okay, let me click that alerts again. And we're gonna go to GIF alert. I still sounds off. Right? Actually, that might be right now. Let me see if I can like... Is there a volume setting? 100% volume... Let me turn fade in and out. No. I don't know. I don't know what is going on with that. We will ignore that. We're gonna move on. Zach, have you... What? I don't know what you're talking about, Zach, but no. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, I just realized this is getting cropped some. Let me go to my Blender. It's getting cropped more, it should be. Hi, Hideki. The way that we're like, we're literally a minute, we're 90 seconds into the tutorial, and we are, it's been an hour! We are 90 minutes into the tutorial. I'm sorry, we're 90 seconds into the tutorial, and it's been an hour. Yeah, I mean, 3D you can 3D phones. You can 3D scan the phones. It depends. It's getting easier. I found the easiest way for me to draw: do a pencil sketch on a paper, take a picture, just light over that. A lot of people do that. Deki, I've tried to learn how to use Blender with this tutorial. We're gonna attempt continuing with the tutorial now.
But before we leave this menu, let's uncheck Align to View. Now let's make our frog stand up by first pressing 1 on the numpad to go to...
Okay, we're gonna press 1 on the numpad. I mean, that did something!
To the front view, and now we press 5 to get out of the perspective view. Now
Oops, not that! We're in the future! Whoops. Oh, I pressed 5 on YouTube. Here we go.
Now let's make our frog stand up by pressing
5.
1 on the numpad to go to the front view, and now we press 5 to get out of the perspective view.
The weight is not the same!
X to rotate only on the x-axis. Now we go to the image settings here. We press front, so our image...
You know, I'm just gonna...
Now we go to the image settings here. We press front, so our image...
How are you doing, Corinne? We are 90 seconds. No, we are 2 minutes into the tutorial. We are 2 minutes into the tutorial. Image here. Was it on def or?
Image will be seen before the cube, and we'll lower the transparency enough to see the cube behind.
Okay, yeah, we'll go. That's a opacity, lowering the opacity down makes sense. How are you doing, Deeks? Ignore what's supposed to DJ, press N on Windows 3D. Okay. Again, I will, if you can give me a different tutorial, I'm willing to delete this 10 seconds of work. Just link a different tutorial in chat. No worries, it's happening well. We can continue suffering, but like, oh, did I miss? Sorry, I must have missed your link. I did not see that link. I'm gonna put this link that I have for how are you doing? Check general. I'm scared. Is it gonna be a it's probably gonna be a femboy, I'm assuming, actually. I'm gonna switch to the tutorial just link. I'm sorry, I missed it the first time you linked it, but we were stuff switching up. Let me. Oh, okay. It's a good essay, but I'm putting the video I put in general there. Bad tut, and we're gonna switch to. We're gonna switch to this one. Oh my god! It's only 3 minutes. Or is this what we're?
My name's Ryan King.
We're not making that house in 3 minutes.
Video to this complete.
Oh, so what's this resolution? Ugh.
Hey everyone, my name's Ryan King, and welcome to this introduction video to this complete Blender beginner tutorial series.
Yeah.
So this is an 11-part tutorial series, 12 parts.
Oh, it's different parts. Okay.
This video, and this tutorial is made for complete beginners or people who are very new to Blender. So if you
I
used Blender before, or maybe you've just played around,
can it please not you know? I mean, it might work. It might. I mean, I can try it. I can try the wrong version.
Then this tutorial series is for you. So in part 1, we're going to be going over basic.
Oh gosh. Oh, you have a different tutorial. Okay. How do I not know how to use Blender? Oh no! Blender to 3D software, not a Blender like the kitchen objects. I know. No, it's different. Okay, cool.
Hello everyone, my name's Ryan.
Oh, so thank you so much for the follow, and fan. Is ZBrush easier? If you do ZBrush, it'll be a different day. Let me go ahead and give this guy credit if we're gonna use this guy's one. In the text here, we're gonna go like, oh my god, this you know what, I'm I guess I could try to make that fit. What's this guy's damn name? It is, oh gosh, I made it too big. I'll fix that in a second. It is Ryan King Art. There we go. And then we just go here, give them credit. Oops. Thanks so much to follow, Mel Hunter. Okay, we'll try this video. Oh my goodness gracious. Why is this title a damn essay? There we go. This title is so long. Yeah. We're gonna close that. This title is so long. I'm just gonna go ahead and we are gonna start by just deleting everything. Or should I start with a new smells like SEO? Oh, probably. I mean, I don't know. This dude has like 90K views on it. I'll trust him on YouTube more than I can do it.
Complete beginners tutorial series. So in this 14-part tutorial series,
14.
I'm going to show you all of the basics of Blender. And throughout the tutorial, as I...
Okay, you're gonna tell me the basics, but can you like tell me how to make a sphere cube around? I'm having such an experience.
teach you all of the basic fundamentals of Blender. We're going to
Thanks so much to follow Tsukio.
Artwork right here. So this is a 14-part tutorial series, and the entire tutorial series is going to be completely free here on my YouTube channel.
Oh my goodness.
So in part 1, I'm going to be going over the basic user interface of
I mean, it's
Blender.
pretty easy. Gail, what do you mean it's pretty easy?
Shortcut key.
Gail's saying it's pretty easy. I spent an hour making a cube. Okay, that was just because I need like the thing installed. Oh, cool. I'll try to use
and navigation and moving around the 3D view, and it'll
my the wrong cube crash. Okay, I want to say that. Oh, but like, man, it's like that wasn't even my fault. It just like wasn't right. It was like telling me to
show you how to add objects and transform objects. Then in part 2, I'm going to be going into the user interface and the different editor types. And I'll edit mode and object mode and 3D mode. Show some more 3D snow. I'm going to be doing some more modeling.
Is this here? I'm going to the course review.
Then in part 5,
support the channel. Yada yada. Splash screen.
Modeling the button. So when you first open up, they have the version number in updates of Blender. The same. So the size.
Okay, here we go.
Get to all these settings.
I mean, I could go over to interface.
Newer versions and updates of Blender, they usually do some bug fixes and they sometimes add new features, but generally things are the same, so you should be able.
Generally, things are the same. No, they're not. No, they're not. You liar. Liar. Oh my god. Continuing though.
To follow along just fine, even if you're using a newer version of Blender. Now there are going to be some different buttons here on the splash screen, but I'm instead just going to click.
This is my crap.
I can get to it.
Listen, Corin, we've done nothing in an hour. We've done absolutely nothing in an hour.
These settings up here on the file and the edit, and we'll be going over those later. Now, before we actually do anything in this 3D viewport, I want to
this okay, I'm like 99% that it's not, but does anyone get like, okay, it's more of a recent thing, but whenever I see people with like the bottom like green screen like that, I get the vibe of like those TikTok videos where they're literally using like an AI head now. I feel bad for the creators that do this sort of tutorial because I honestly, someone says linking me this. I'm sure they're not, but like, it gives me those vibes now. And Dark Cacao Cookie, thanks so much to follow. I blame TikTok for that. What was what? What was what? What's Tinape? Well, come on. ZBrush apparently is better UI. I mean, I could try. Is ZBrush free? Saw what? Saw what? You saw what? Saw what? Tina Pay. What? Saw what? I'm so confused. Anyways,
change the size of Blender, so I want to change the size of the user interface and the buttons, just because they are a little small, especially because I have a large monitor, and it'll also be easier for you.
I legit.
So
I can definitely all the parts. Oh, talk about the explosion. Someone used the explosion routine probably. I have a bunch of routines on YouTube and Twitch. Well, I use them professionally. It's going to be what? It's worse than Blender. Oh, if it's not free, I mean, if you want to see me suffer for content, that's one thing. Oh, at least I'm suffering for free, damn it.
What I'm going to do is click here
Oh
on
my
Edit,
God.
and we're going to go to Preferences. So this is going to open up a new window here. We can just drag this over here, and this is going to be Blender's user preferences. Now there's lots of different settings you can change.
Are you going to have me change anything, my dude?
Change different shortcuts.
Are you going to?
You really don't have to change anything in the user preferences, and you can learn more about things as you get more into Blender.
It would be different stream needle anyways.
Interface, and you can see under display there is a resolution scale. So I'm just going to turn this up a bit because I want the resolution scale to be a bit bigger, so it's easier to see everything. It's actually easier for me to see everything, and it's
bigger. Yeah, is this big enough for you, chat?
And personally, I like.
Is this big enough for you, chat?
3. I think that is a pretty good size. And then one more thing that I like to change is
I think 1.2 might be better.
Width. I like to change this to thin because I think that looks a little bit better for me.
Unironically, Dark Cacao, it might be easier to learn Blender without tutorials. With how bad these tutorials are, I wonder if bashing your head against the tools until you figure it out might be easier. But we're going to tutorial right now.
If you wanted to, I think that just looks a bit weird, so I'm going to turn it to thin, but really, so you could make it thick if you wanted to. I think that just looks a bit weird, so I'm going to turn it to thin, but really, these don't really matter. These settings aren't too important. Just make it look nice.
I'm with the default.
Like it. And then if you want to save these preferences, you can click on this Save Preferences button, and this will save the preference.
Oh, I also want to point out that I don't have a sleeve because he's definitely on a different version I am. I'm for myself, I don't have that button. I have to hit the hamburger menu, and then I get a Save Preferences button. Isn't that fantastic? There is literally, I'm pretty sure this dude has a fairly close to my version. I'm not sure which version he's on. I'm not sure what version he's on, but there's just straight up not a dedicated. No, this is the first time I've ever opened up Blender pretty much, Jojo. Listen, I spent an hour trying to make a round cube. I'm not ready for a donut. Do I give hugs? We have hugs. Hard to. We have yeah, hugs good.
And remember what you've changed so that whenever you open up a new Blender file, these settings will be applied, and so you won't have to change the settings every time you open up Blender.
Yeah, yada, yada, yada.
Click on the X here just to close Blender's user preferences. All right, so in Blender,
excuse me, sorry that
space that you have here is the 3D viewport. And in the 3D viewport, you can see there are 3 different objects here. So
I mean, I can remake the cube. Actually, I'm gonna
cube because it's
I'm going to
cube in Blender. When you open up Blender, there's already a cube.
General.
And this over here, this is the camera, and so
I'm just reopening it so we have it.
It'll actually render because when
it's a camera.
Render out an
I was wondering
image,
what that was.
How
are you doing, Desai?
Some kind of angle for the scene to actually render from. So wherever the camera is, that's what it will render. And then also on default.
Side note, so this guy probably will be able to see that I'm making this video from the copyright side. I want to see. I think it'd be really funny if this has pub. I mean, I could switch the. I mean, do you want me to switch to the donut tutorial? Do you want me to switch? I mean, that's if you post your art on my Discord, I'll be able to see it. Should I? Let me open up the donut one at least. It's possibly worse. He's just stuffing. That's what I think. I've only ever heard people complain about this donut tutorial, which is why I didn't go for that. I didn't go for donut just because every person I've ever heard talk about Blender says not to do the donut. Like, universally. The only reason I would do the donut tutorial would be literally for the contents. But, you know. Oh.
Blender comes with this lamp here, and so this is actually going to light the scene, because if you don't have any lights in your scene, when it renders, everything's just going to be very dark, and so Blender does have this little default lamp here. Now, to orbit or rotate around the 3D scene, you're going to click and hold down the middle mouse here. So I can click and hold it down. I can move around here, just move
DaiShimaVT, but you don't need that.
The bottom of the cube.
That's how you can show up my Discord server. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Dark Cacao Cookie over on Twitch. I think that is. But yeah, I'm thanks. Welcome on Twitch side, Cacao Cookie. Oh, so I made some kind of chocolate ice cream yesterday. That was fun. I don't foresee us making something functional today.
And then just let go of the middle mouse wheel to place that movement. So clicking down the middle mouse wheel and moving around is helpful, but what if I want to kind of move my view over to this side to kind of look at the camera or move over here? Well, to do that, you're going to do the same thing by clicking down the middle mouse wheel.
We're not even getting to bones.
As you do that. So hold down the shift key, then click and drag with the middle mouse button, and this is called panning. So I can
This is just standard
over here, look at the
movement
camera,
in 3D stuff.
That's
That's
good
good at least.
Look around.
If this was not the key bindings for this,
kind of over here because
I would be upset.
I can do that again. So hold down the shift key and click and drag with your middle mouse wheel to move that around, and then I can just click with my middle mouse wheel again to orbit around this view. Now to zoom in and out, you're just going to use your scroll wheel. So just scroll in or scroll out, and that'll zoom you in or zoom you back. So let's just move over here to the camera.
Look at that
so
edge.
I'll hold down the shift key and then click with my middle mouse.
How are you doing, Mayo?
Drag over, go.
Mayo, Blender is worse than I thought. Blender quite possibly might be worse. I am getting help from chat, but oh my.
And then I can just scroll with my scroll wheel.
The main issue I had earlier was a really bad tutorial. No, because the thing is, the first tutorial I got, it straight up was like, I couldn't even follow the tutorial because it was like assuming I had something installed. And in the newer version, you have to go and manually install it from like the default thing. But yes, if you're sleeping, I hope you can rest.
And then I can just click with my middle mouse.
I will say, I'm actually like health wise, sleepy wise, I'm actually doing really well. I'm frustrated because Blender a little bit, but it's for the content. It's for the content, right?
Mouse wheel and move over here, and there's the camera. So let's go back over to the cube. So I will middle click and let's move over here so I can actually see the cube. Then I will hold down the shift key and I will middle click and drag over here. And then I can kind of zoom in here and we can kind of zoom into the cube. And another way to zoom in and out is to hold down the control key and then you can click with your middle mouse wheel and drag. So for some reason you don't
not the drag zooming. Oh, that feels really bad.
And drag back and forth.
Oh, that feels terrible. Who is doing this way zooming?
Because our rotation point is kind of right here. It's kind of in some invisible spot.
No, who's doing this?
Right there. But I'll change my rotation point back to the cube. Well, why this? Because we were panning by shift middle clicking. So
the control zooming is bad.
To the cube, you can
no.
Key, and then you can middle click on the cube. You can see now it's going to change our rotation point back here. So just hold down the Alt key and then middle click where you want the rotation to change to. The other way to do this is to press the period key on your number pad. And if for some reason the keyboard doesn't have a number pad, I will be.
I've entered 2D space.
If you have a number pad, you can press the period key, and the period key
will
center the rotation point to whatever object you have selected. Now, another way to change the orientation point is to press Shift D.
I've entered 2D space.
That is going to bring up a box, and I can click and drag and make a box of where I want to look at, and then I can let go, and that is going to zoom into where the box was.
Middle click
so now,
that?
to select different objects in your scene, you can just left click to select on the object. And how
I don't know why I did to do that, honestly. Thank you so much for the follow, Orbit Boots. We are suffering in Blender right now.
For them. So you can see here it says camera. If I click on this, now it says light. And if I click right over here, you can see now it says cube. Now, another way to select stuff is to use the box select.
I'm just imagining this guy looking at the copyright, right-click the object to change the
click and drag anywhere. It's
hiding
going to just select whatever is in the box. Another way to do this is to hit the B key. So
blend like a pina colada. I would love. Well, I'm not into booze. Can I make it like a virgin pina colada?
And then you can let go, and anything
I can do that.
Now, if you want to select multiple objects at the same time, you can hold down the Shift key. So hold down the Shift key, I'll click here to select the camera, and continue to hold down the Shift key and left click again, and now you can see all three of these objects are selected. Now, if you have many objects in your scene and you want to select all of the objects at once, The way to do that is to press the A key.
I am
so if I just
having a
here,
time
select
today.
the
I'm
key,
telling you guys
and
that.
If I press the A key, you can see it's going to select all 3 of those objects. Now to deselect all the objects, you can double tap the A key. So tap
I mean,
the A key once,
wouldn't a version of pina colada just be like fruit juice?
The A key, and then everything will be deselected. And that's going to be a really useful feature when you're using Blender. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this camera is what is actually going to render. So when you actually render a scene and render an artwork, the camera is where...
I mean, I'm down for some fruit juice right now, honestly.
So if you
I'm so for real.
see what the camera can see, you can actually go inside the camera view. So you're basically...
We can become the camera.
Through the camera and seeing what the camera can see. So to go into the camera's perspective to actually see what the camera sees, you can press the 0 on the numpad. 0 on the numpad, and it'll go here into the camera's view.
Oh, that's neat.
If your keyboard doesn't have a numpad, then I would definitely recommend actually...
If your keyboard is a numpad, you're wrong. 10 keyless keyboards are wrong. 10 keyless keyboards are wrong. Please have a numpad. Please. I love my numpad. I will die on that hill. I love keyboards of this style.
Purchasing a keyboard which does have a numpad if you're really thinking about getting seriously into Blender. However, if you're just trying Blender out and you don't have a numpad, that's okay. You can use Blender without a numpad. So if you don't have a number pad, an easy way to jump into the camera is by clicking on this little button right here. So this little thing here, this is called the gizmo, and I'll be talking about this later in the video, but if you just click on this button right here, that is going to go into the camera, and then I can click here again, and that'll go out of the camera. So that's an easy way to go in and out of the camera. So in the camera view, there's going to be this rectangle here, and this is actually going to be what the camera is going to render. And then this gray part over here,
a rectangle,
kind of out just to kind of show you that it's not going to actually render.
Hi, Lexi. We're suffering in Blender.
Pad on your keyboard, then you can definitely use Blender without a numpad. However, if you get seriously into Blender and you want to get really,
wait, is he repeating himself?
Without a numpad, you don't have a number pad on your keyboard.
Why is he repeating this now?
As
or he's talking about something else.
You don't have a number pad on your
He's repeating himself now.
You can definitely use Blender without a numpad. However, if you get seriously into Blender and you want to get really good at Blender, then I would definitely recommend actually...
He's just repeating himself.
With a numpad. However, just for now, for all of you who don't have a numpad on your keyboard, I'll show you a way that you can use Blender.
Keyboards need a numpad, otherwise they're useless for... Yeah, I mean, you can use the top row for...
to Blender's user preferences.
I know a lot of people will... Why are you talking about Lynn? Right click on object, press delete and click mesh on the... What? Huh? What are you talking about, Lynn? What are you talking about, Lynn? Hiding Tori, by the way.
Let's drag the user preferences over here, and we're going to go down here to input. So click on input, and you can see there is keyboard, and then you can click on emulate numpad. So let's check mark this, and then if you want to
we can skip this,
so that it's
assuming
always turned on in your future Blender projects, you can again choose that Save Preferences button, and that'll make sure that this is turned on default every time you open up a new scene. I will just close the user preferences though. So
I am suffering in Blender.
Turned on instead of using the numpad key.
And delete the object at the bottom when you right click. But why would I be deleting this cube right now? Well, that's not what we're doing right now. Jade, I'm having the quintessential freaking Blender experience right now. Like, I spent an hour being confused and not being able to make a rounded corner, square, whatever, cube. And now we went to a better tutorial, hopefully. For the content, should. For fun. I thought it'd be fun to do 3D art. And I was no, I mean, you know, if I get to a point where it's like doable. Oh, so I do feel bad for my neighbors. I don't usually yell this loud this early in the day, but I mean it's like 9 a.m. This is why I don't stream earlier than 9 a.m. But I'm sorry, neighbors, if I woke you up. Because I was crashing out earlier. Oh my gosh.
You can use the top keys on your keyboard. So
I'm not usually a very loud neighbor, though.
0 on the numpad to go into the camera view, but
I was definitely yelling earlier.
Feature enabled, you can press the top 0 instead, and that is going to go into the camera view. So if you don't have a numpad, that's a great thing to do instead. So
He's just talking about the Jay, thanks so much for follow.
So important. Well, when you are 3D modeling, you're going to want to go to the front view, the top
You're
view,
gonna
and the
spaz
side
out
view.
that.
And to do that, using the numpad, you can press...
He's still
1
repeating
on the
himself.
numpad, and that will jump you to the front view. You can press 3 on the numpad. That is going to jump you to the side view. And you can press the 7 on the numpad, and that is going to go to top view. And if you're over,
See, this is why you need a numpad. They're beautiful.
Don't worry about that. As you use Blender, you'll get more and more familiar with it, and the shortcuts which you use more often, you'll memorize quickly. So again, 1 for front view, 3 for side view, and 7 for top view. And these shortcuts are especially helpful when you're doing 3D modeling. However, if you don't have a numpad, then you won't have access to those buttons. So again, we just enabled the emulate numpad feature. So instead, I can use the top buttons. So I'll hit the 1 on the top of my
Yeah, we don't need to emulate numpads. I have a real numpad.
As well as the 1 and the 3 and the 7. You can also press
I have a real numpad. Oh, so Burning Spice left. Welcome on in.
So that kind of makes sense.
I'm doing well.
Because the 8 is going up.
We were attempting.
And so you can use these if you want to, and these are going to basically move your view by increments. So I don't use these that much, but occasionally I do need to use them. So 8 to go up and then 2 to go down. But again, if you are having the emulate numpad turned on, you can use these top buttons to rotate around.
Numpad. I do love my numpad.
To go to the front view and the top view and the
You know, I
side
just
view,
realized.
using the numpad is to...
You know, I realized the reason that okay, so for anyone, whoopsies, oh no, I need to figure out where it freaking was. Oh gosh, I hate that. But the reason they're using those buttons is if you look at a numpad, the 8 has an up arrow. There's a WASD on the freaking not a WASD. There's like a key. The numpad is literally made for this, for the arrows. Where was I? I remember little things on the keys. Why does that sound so weird? Oh my gosh, it's so cursed. Anyways, thanks for heart me, Kyra. Maybe I need to reboot my computer, which I'm not gonna do right now. I'm gonna find where we were. Was it that early? Like 2 minutes? Wait, did I switch to different? No, I don't. Oh, that must be the stuff I skipped there. Okay, no, that was camera. We were camera view. Number pad shortcuts. Oh, here we were. My computer's not having issues running this so far.
Occasionally, I do need to use them.
Oh no,
so
Priv.
8 to go up and then 2 to go down. But again, so 4 middle click and drag down, and you can see.
Anyways, what I was saying though is the reason that Blender went with the navigation here for this moving around is if you look at like a proper numpad, the 8 will have an up arrow on it, the 2 will have a down arrow, 4 left arrow, 6 right arrow. It's the industry standard. It's like this is supposed to function like this. This is not a goofy little thing that Blender did. This is like actual industry standard, which is good. Oh no, Oblivion Remastered's like really for what Blender? I mean, we're currently using this one.
It's going to go to front view and side view and top view. So that is super helpful as well. If you just want to do that, that's actually really fast, and it's a really great shortcut key to use. And for those of you who don't have a numpad, if you want to watch my full video on how to use Blender without a numpad, I have a bunch of tips in this video here.
So you know, I just realized, is there a line there? Hold on.
Like to watch it. Now, since we're talking about the numpad and navigation,
wait, what's this? What the heck is this line? Huh? When did I do that? Whatever. I saw this line here. You see it in orange now. I thought that was like something on my side. I mean, I might have actually made this. Whatever it is, it's probably not important.
Should go over the gizmo. So the gizmo is this little thing here with these buttons. And so these are basically shortcut keys.
Is it a lamp?
So
You're a lamp.
Here in this little circle, you can just left click and drag. And
Oh, it is the light. Yeah, you're right.
So I wouldn't really recommend
You're so right.
this unless maybe you have a track.
You're making a game and use Blender. Good luck, Billie Eilish.
Because it's much easier just to click down with your middle mouse wheel and move around. But if you want to, you can left click and drag around here, and you can see there is Z and X and Y, and those are going to be the axis angles. And we'll talk about the axis angles later. But you can see there is the Y axis, which is going forward and backwards. Then there is the X axis, which is going left and right. And then the Z axis, you can't see it here, but the Z axis will go up and down. And so I can drag this around if I want to change my view. Now also, another way to get to the front view, the side view, and the top view is by clicking on the letters. So I can hit X, I can click on Y, or I can click on Z, and it's going to navigate me to that angle. Now the buttons down here are more shortcuts. And again, I would recommend just learning the shortcuts right off the bat, because you're going to be using these shortcuts a lot. And once you learn the shortcuts, you'll be able to navigate much faster. However, you can just left click and drag on these buttons, and the magnifying glass is going to zoom you in and out.
Yes. The orange line means you select. You know, that's how I meant, Jade. Hi to Yuki. Oh yeah, the cube look. The fact that we're like 2 hours in the stream, almost 2 hours in the stream, we've done nothing. Well, I had another tutorial that was costing me hell, and we're switching this one. This is just like going over an actual overview of the program. Which is probably good. But like, I'm really good at making cubes. That's so true. Where's the view I wanted? Was it this view? I think it was there. Whatever. That's good enough. Blender's Nightmare. Yeah, I'm trying my best. Great looking cube.
Click on this if I want to go in and out of the camera view, and then this button right here, this is going to
gosh,
the
you know, you should totally do 2D animation in Blender instead, because like, why use a program to be easier to do 2D animation in when you could do 2D animation? You could it totally supports it.
Perspective. Now the perspective settings have two different modes. There is perspective view and there is orthographic view. And you can see right up here, it'll actually tell you user orthographic, or if I click on it again, you can see it says user perspective. So when you're moving around in the scene, most of the time you're going to want to stay in the perspective.
Is an orthographic view like a really, I saw that one skate, welcome on in. Sorry, I missed your first message. Isn't orthographic camera view like a really hard? Okay, it's technically possible to recreate in real world, but it's like, I'm right? Orthographic's the one's like nearly impossible to do IRL. It's in computer stuff, but like the only time I've seen orthographic view done IRL is this dude got like they got a camera and put it on like a spinning thing. It's weird. Orthographic view is really weird. Like, it's really hard to replicate.
View, because if I zoom here into the cube, you can clearly see that this is closer, this side of the cube, and then this part of the cube is farther away. And so it actually has 3D perspective. However, sometimes when you're doing very precise modeling,
maybe it's not orthographic. I think it's orthographic.
Orthographic view. So if you hit the 5 on the numpad, or if you have the emulate numpad enabled, you can hit the 5 on your keyboard, but hit the 5 on the numpad. That is going to take you in between the orthographic and perspective.
Someday, Priff, you'll get a new PC.
Also, again, just click on this.
Someday.
So with orthographic view, you can see everything.
I could have maybe skipped this part of the tutorial. I don't know
how the depth of the cube is, because you know you can kind of tell that this is the back of the cube and this is the front of the cube, but it looks very
you liked it, Priff?
So this is going to be used for more
everyone
precise
hates
modeling.
No.
So I don't want to get into it too much in this part.
No,
this is a little bit more advanced when you're doing more complex modeling, but that is going to be very helpful when you're doing more complex modeling to use the orthographic view.
How you doing, June? I am June, you should know how this is going. Hiding Petra. No, not actual Blender, like Blender software. So it's going, June. It's going. Look at it. We've been going for what, an hour and a half. It's going.
All right, so let's now go over how
I don't know.
So as I talked about, Blender has 3 default objects: the cube, the light, and the camera. But to add new objects, you can...
Although like 20 minutes of this has been on this new tutorial. Oh my gosh, TikTok's like inactivity. I'm not inactive, TikTok. There we go. TikTok, stop saying that I'm inactive.
Click right up here and add, and there's going to be this menu here with lots of different things.
I'm trying to do a Blender tutorial.
So if you press Shift A, then the add menu will come up wherever your mouse is. And I would recommend just learning the shortcut key because it's going to be much faster. Using shortcut keys will really speed up your workflow. However, if you can't remember the shortcut or if it's a little bit overwhelming, you can just click here and add, and then this will show you everything that you can add.
Oh my goodness!
Now, I know there's a lot of stuff.
Add a monkey!
The main things which
monkey
are the meshes, and then also
add a monkey.
The lights, and then also the cameras. So what I'm going to do, just to show you, is I'm actually going to delete everything. So as I mentioned earlier, if you press the A key, that is going to select all the objects. Now to delete objects or to delete anything which you have selected in Blender, there's 2 ways to do this. You can hit the delete key and that'll just delete everything.
Just paint a few times.
Hit the X key. Now, when you hit the X key, it's going to want to confirm that you actually want to delete it. So it will ask you if you're going to delete it. And so then you can just click on delete to actually delete that. And I believe
you can push enter. Mr. Tutorial Man, you can hit enter. We don't have time for mouse presses. Push enter on your numpad to delete it. No, seriously, I don't know if I would ever manually click that. I'm the type of person that would hit enter. And I'm really glad Blender is set up like that, because that'd be so slow to click.
This is because usually your hand is going to be down by the...
No, I want to add the monkey back in real quick. Is this the one I always see people doing like the render test with? Wait, why don't I want to see it here? I saw it there. I don't see it now. Oh no, it's under mesh. Okay, under mesh. Monkey. Yeah, this is the one. I've seen people doing this is like a stress test on computer. I don't know if they still do. There are some stress tests people used to do by rendering the monkey. Yes. Monkey. How are you doing, Sakura Rose? And we're gonna... Oh, I don't know how... Oh, did I... Oh, I hit shift, not control. Oh, no. Get rid of that. No. I don't know what I just did. Don't worry about that. Where am I? I'm lost. I want to return home. You know what? Don't save. I was like, I don't know what I just did. Let me just go back to a fresh start. How do you Sakura Rose though? Delete. Oh no, Priff. Yeah, I had no idea where I turned off all that stuff. So I was like,
Shift and Control and Alt key, so it's much easier to have the X key to delete instead of moving your hand off of the mouse and clicking on the delete button, which is over here on the other side of your keyboard. So
would he just say what I said a second ago?
Hit the X key, so which is over here on the other side to delete instead of moving your hand off of the mouse and clicking on the delete button, which is over here on the other side of your keyboard. So you can click on delete or you can hit the X key. So I will just...
That's not... You could... Oh, he didn't say the other part of it, though.
And then let's add in those 3 objects.
Push enter!
So let's click here on add, or you can press Shift A to bring up the add menu.
Shift A.
Mesh. Now, Blender has these default primitive
objects.
Monkey. So these are just some very default shapes, like a plane and a cube and a sphere and some other objects.
It is very confusing, Sakura.
Click on cube, and we're just going to add a new cube into the scene. Now, we can also...
The issue, Sakura, the issue we're having, and not necessarily not necessarily the Blender's confusing. It's more that like it's just the issue. The issue is the software just doesn't match up with this. It keeps changing too much. Their interface. It's the issue. Is user interface. It's a user interface issue. Because like with a consistent like development team. You made a mixture of tea to get over sickness in one go. How did that go? I hope it did it go well? Maybe.
Camera. So if I again go to the add menu or press Shift A, let's go here and we can just add a camera and we'll just choose that camera. Now you can't actually see the camera, and that is because the camera.
Oh, we're supposed to set
that camera.
Okay, we're gonna let's add a camera as well. I add a camera.
Now, you can't actually see the camera, and that is because the camera has been added right here in the very center of the scene, and so the camera is actually inside the cube. So
it's inside
the camera, you can hit the G key. So hit G, and G stands for grab. So whatever you have selected, when you press G, it is going to follow your mouse, and then you can left click to place it. And we'll be going over transforming the objects later, but I'm just going to move the camera over here.
G stands for G.
Go to the add menu.
G, great.
Shift A. And then let's go down here to light, and later in the tutorial series I will be going over the different lights, but the default one is point. So I'll click on point, and again it's going to be right here inside the cube, so you can't actually. One is point, so I'll click on point.
Yeah, we're going to make a point light.
It's going to be right here inside the cube, so you can't actually see it. But if you hit G to grab, you can then drag it over and then click there just to place it. Now let me just select the cube, and I will hit G to grab and move it over here. So you might be wondering,
wow, you want to move the cube? Aren't you cool?
On default in the very center of the scene. Well, that is because of this little thing right here, and this is called the 3D cursor. So to move the 3D cursor anywhere in the 3D scene, you can hold down the Shift key and then right click. So shift right click, or you can also shift right click and drag, and that's going to move this 3D cursor. So this 3D cursor is a useful tool, and we will be using it later in the tutorial series. But as well as this 3D cursor being a useful tool for modeling and some different things, this 3D cursor is going to be basically the spawn point of wherever the objects appear. So if I hold down the Shift key, right click and drag, place it.
Oh, you can also just click.
Click on add. I can go here to mesh.
Why would you drag it if you could just shift and right click where you want to put it? Who the hell is dragging it? I mean, I understand Blender has a bajillion ways to do it, but who the hell is dragging this shit? If you want to move it, just click. Just click. Just click. The worst message. I mean, hopefully it helps out, Jude.
And let's just add a UV sphere. You can see now the sphere has been added where the 3D cursor was. Now, if you want to bring this 3D cursor back to the very center of the 3D scene, you can press Shift C. So Shift C is not only going to bring the 3D cursor back to the center, but it's also going to center your view to everything in the scene. So I'll press Shift C. And you can see it brought the 3D cursor in here. And
you guys can hear the video, right?
To all the objects, so I can see everything in the scene.
Yeah, you can.
So
okay,
that's
cool.
Very useful. I use that a lot of times. Shift C, because often I do want to add objects in the very center. So if for some reason the 3D cursor got moved,
wait, what do you mean? No, you can't hear it. You can't hear the tutorial. I mean, it might be kind of low.
Shift
Excuse me, by the way. Do I need to turn this volume up? It's cool. I mean, it should be lower to my voice. Here, let me turn it up. I think I know how to do this because I don't want to be too loud in my headphones. I need it louder for sure. Let me have it like that.
Now you may have noticed if you right click, that is going to bring up what is called the object context menu.
Give you a tutorial with your audio. What is it? Huh? What do you mean the audio settings? That's not how YouTube links work. What do you mean? When I clicked the video, it went to what the setting on my... Oh, I changed it immediately. I didn't realize you can embed with audio settings in, but no, I changed that immediately. Since when does YouTube allow that as an option? That's so weird.
And the object.
No, I turn it down because I for my headphones it's actually kind of loud. I think what I need to do, I need to turn on my headphones on my settings. Oh gosh, to settings. Let me low down my volume of my headphones. Go down to like. I hate the drag clicking I have to do on my headphones. Okay, so I think I'm on like 50. Headphones, please. It's like that. I demand physical controls. Actually, can I just like go to my? Can I go to? Is there my volume mixer? Can I do it there? Sound settings, maybe. Can I do it here? Yes. Okay, I can do it here. Okay. Go to like that.
Context menu is very useful because it will have some very common shortcuts. So there's the shade smooth and shade flat, and I'll be going over this later, but this is going to basically smooth the meshes. And then there's also copying objects and pasting objects.
There we go.
There's also deleting objects. And so the
Actually, better for you
context
guys.
menu is very useful. So
it sounds about the same for me because I lowered my headphones down like 20. A spear.
Again, just right click to bring up the object context menu, and there's many useful common settings which you'll be using when you're creating 3D.
I mean, this is more of like a everyone says that the tutorial is bad. I don't know.
3D art. So for example, you could left click to select that sphere there, and then you could right click, and then you could just click on delete, and now the sphere is gone. All right, so
what if I don't want to delete?
Transforming objects. So when I say transform, I basically mean rotating, scaling, or moving the object. So I already mentioned this earlier, but if you select an object, you can hit the G key, and then you follow your mouse, and then you can place the object wherever you want. Now, after you hit the G key, you can type in the X key, the Z key, or the Y key, and that is going to constrain the movement along the axis. So Blender has these 3 axes here, which I did talk about earlier, but there's the X axis, which is red, there's the Y axis, which is green, and the Z axis is going up and down. So if I hit G to grab, and then let's say I just want to move it up and down, I can hit Z. Z will constrain it to the Z axis, so it can only move up.
I'm talking about the movement. We're using Blender.
So G to grab, and then hit Z or X.
Hiding Conrail, we're suffering.
Just move it over.
See you later, Chef Wonder. Until next time. Tomorrow we're doing tea.
To press G to grab.
Loud!
And then as you're moving it, you can click down with your middle mouse wheel, and that is going to show all the axes, and you can drag it to whatever axis you want, and then let go. So G to grab. I can click with my middle mouse wheel.
Okay, I think I prefer the middle mouse move there, but
G to grab again. Click and drag with my middle mouse wheel, bring it over on the Y-axis, place it there, and then G to grab again, click and hold, and bring it down on the Z. So using this method, you can very quickly move the objects where you want. Now, if you're having a hard time remembering that shortcut, there is also a tool here, which is the Move tool, and it will do the same thing as moving the object. And if for some reason you don't have the side panel here, you can press the T key. That is going to open or close that tool's panel. So I'm going to click here on the Move tool, and when I click on it, you can see falling apart. Oh no, Jade! Yeah, it's too hard. The Z-axis, there is the Y-axis, and the X-axis, and you can just click on those arrows to drag it. Now you can also click on these little corners here, these little squares, and the squares are going to cancel the movement of that axis.
Spinning around cube.
Move the cube, but I don't want to move it up and down, but I want to move it on the X and the Y. Well, I can click on this little square here and drag it, and now I can move it on the X and the Y, but I can't move it up on the Z. Or if I just click in the center white circle there, I can just move the object wherever I want. Now, while I'm moving an object, if I want to be able to move my camera view while I'm moving the object, I can hit G to grab, and then I can hold down the Alt key.
My brain just gloss. My eyes are glossing over right now.
Move the object while I am moving around my view. I can also pan by hitting G to grab, then holding down the Alt key and middle clicking, but I can also hold down the Alt and Shift key and middle click. So Shift, Alt, middle click, and then I can drag around, and so this way I can.
What's good eye doing, Chloe?
So I don't use this too often. Usually I just move an object and then move my view, but you could hit G to grab, hold down the Shift and Alt key, and then middle click to move the object while you're moving. Now, as well as moving,
we are trying to do Blender. Trying, strong word.
Rotate objects. So the shortcut keys are pretty intuitive. To scale an object, you hit the S key. So the S key will scale the object. You can move your
big cube,
place it there if you want to make it bigger, or hit S to scale, drag that way down, and place it
there.
Now there's also a
I am not liking Blender scales either.
Button. And just like the transform, there's going to be these squares.
What I'm learning from this is why I pay other people to do 3D stuff for me. I mean, Maya costs $1 bajillion per second. If you open up the software, that'd take like $10,000 for you. You close software, take $5,000 from you. So you know, I'm not gonna use Maya. I've heard people say that Maya is just as hard to use, honestly. But like, yeah, I'm not even gonna consider using software so expensive.
Squares here, and so you can scale it on the Z, you can scale it on the Y, or scale it on the X.
Like, it's
you can
crazy.
Also hit S to scale, and then again, just like moving, you can hit Z to scale it on the Z-axis, X to scale it on the X-axis, or Y to scale it on the Y-axis. You can also click inside the circle and just drag, and that is going to scale the entire thing. And then, just like with the grab tool, if you want to exclude an axis, so for instance, let's say I want to make this a very wide cube, but I don't want to scale it up, I can click here on this little...
You know what I expect is Maya's software, the interface probably stays the same over years, right? The main issue I'm really noticing from this is none of this stuff seems like stuff I won't be able to learn eventually if I care enough. But like, dead ass, I was following a tutorial earlier, and legitimately in like a year it changed so much it was impossible for me to follow the tutorial. Like, even this tutorial, it's changed enough, we're just straight up not buttons anymore. Like, why?
Square here, the blue square, and so this will scale it up on the X and Y, but not.
It's just, yeah, just
the
random
same
people.
Exact thing can happen.
I mean, sure, but like, there's other open source software that doesn't have the issues. Like Krita's fantastic. Krita's not inconsistent with their stuff. I know Krita's 2D. Actually, I think there's some 3D in Krita, but that's besides the point. Krita's basically 2D. There is 2D. There is other open source software that does not have the issues that like Blender has for the interface. Like, they just need to stick to what at some point, like.
For rotating. So you can hit R, that is going to rotate an object. So R to rotate. You can also hit R to rotate, and then you can rotate it on the X-axis, the Z-axis, and the Y-axis. Or you can also click right here on this button.
Takes so much to follow scales.
When you're rotating, if you're using the rotating tool, there's going to be different lines.
Check out my
social drag the lines to rotate it on the X-axis, the Y-axis, or the Z-axis. And then if you want to rotate the object on all three axes at the same time, you can left click and drag in the middle of this white circle.
I will see how it goes.
This is called the trackball rotation, so I can rotate it all around on all the axes.
I had a different tutorial we're trying to use
double tap the R key. Double tapping the R key is going to bring you into the trackball rotation, so I can rotate it around and kind of tumble the object on all axes. And then if you click on this last button right over here on the side panel, this will use the scaling, rotating, and moving all at once. I really don't like using this because it's just kind of a little bit cluttered. I really just like to leave this at the box select, but if you want to, you could use this and you can have all the different options at once. And then also this tool right up here, this is the cursor tool. So if you choose the cursor tool, now you can just left click and the cursor will go to wherever you want. All right, so this is going to wrap up part 1 of my complete Blender beginner tutorial.
I like how it took half an hour to go through the interface.
To follow along, and I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you so much for watching. So in part 2, I'm going to go over some more basic things like the Blender layout and user interface, and I'll show you what some of these different side panels do, and then we're also going to go over some more shortcuts,
I'm not in the playlist.
And we're also going to go over very basic modeling.
Go.
So when the next...
Let me go here.
Hello everyone, my name's Ryan King, and welcome to this Blender for... Welcome to part 2 of my Blender for Complete Beginners tutorial series. If you haven't seen part 1, then definitely check that out. There will be a... So you can remember T.
One thing about this tutorial is we're learning stuff. Are we gonna do anything in this? Like, as much as this guy's actually saying stuff, I mean, I guess we're gonna make a house here. I guess in this video we'll make a house. So there is that.
For tools, because this is the tools panel. Now you can also click and drag if you want to make it bigger, and then it will actually name all the tools, or you can drag it down and make it smaller.
How big can I make this?
Really small, and then it will go away.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's terrible. Why can you make it? I mean, I guess there's no.
I usually just close it though because I use the shortcut keys instead. Now, if you
why can you make it this big?
This panel on the other side, and this has a few different miscellaneous settings
turn the volume up
we might be going over later in the tutorial series. So you can see here, if you click on item, there's going to be location, scale, and so just like you can move objects, you can see that when you move an object or rotate an object or scale an object, there's actually number values for the transforms. So you can click and drag to actually change the transforms, so the X and the Y and the Z. And also over here on the side panel,
having a time.
Different add-ons. So if you've downloaded and installed Blender add-ons, then many Blender add-ons are here on the end side panel. And this side panel also just has some other miscellaneous tools.
I accidentally made it bigger.
Let's press the N key to close that side panel. Now right up here in the corner, this is called the outliner. And the outliner is how you manage all of the objects in your scene. So if I click here, when those two little arrows appear, I can drag this out to make it a bit bigger. I kind of want just to skip. And so you can see there is a collection here, and the collection is basically
when
like
it actually
folder,
does stuff.
And it's a way to organize different
objects. I don't care about timeline.
Size, and then in the corner of all these windows there's going to be these buttons here, and this
no.
So for example, I could click right here on this little button right here, and there's going to be many different editor types but I could, for example, change it to the 3D viewport, and now we have another 3D viewport in this window. However, I don't really want that, so I'll click here.
I'm not going to remember most of the stuff he's talking about interface.
So any of these windows here can be changed to any other
I'm not going to remember the yapping on interface stuff. That's the thing.
So to do that, you can click in the corner of any window, and you can see when I do that, there's going to be a crosshair,
go over.
And I can left click and drag out.
Here.
Now let's get into 3D modeling. So I showed you how to move this object and rotate and scale it, but what if you want to actually edit the geometry, the mesh?
The interface was the basic necessary to part 2 onward too long. Yeah, okay. I mean, we already went on, did the interface stuff, which some of that stuff was kind of necessary. My tip is that the outliner is the most important. Outliner. Oh, the part that I can go back to outliner.
That side panel. Now right up here in the corner, this is called the outliner, and the outliner is how you manage all of
this is
the
like
objects in your scene.
I
so
mean,
if I click here, when those two
I didn't need a tutorial for that.
I can drag this out to make it a bit bigger, and so you can see
it just works like any other program does.
And the collection is basically like a folder.
That's literally just how every other art program works. I don't know if I need a tutorial for that.
It's a way to organize different objects, and then
like the other parts, the first video is going over stuff was like way different.
And you can see there's a camera, a cube, and a light. And if you click on the objects, you can see if you click on the objects in the outliner, it's going to select those objects in the 3D viewport.
Yeah, I mean the little thing on the top right here, which is kind of blocked for you guys. It's the same as any other art program. So check it. Make the cool stuff ready, Unk. Chicken Lover. Have you tried using Blender? Chicken Lover, have you tried using Blender? I wish. We should, we're definitely going to go. Yeah, we'll go. Now that we've definitely mastered we've mastered how to use Blender. I'm just going to go and grab that terrible donut tutorial. Oh no.
This is Blender.
Okay, let me grab great cube. let me go update the credit here. We have the basic grasp on the interface now, which is very important. But we're definitely gonna go there. We're gonna go grab this guy's name. The donuts, yeah. Everyone's favorite. Everyone's favorite. Thank you so much to follow, Kim Yun. You're not one of Master Friends. Do make sure to check out all my link tree, perhaps here to my Discord. I mean, we just spent like 2 hours learning the interface, and stay fans. Well, thanks so much to follow. Quinn, did you read it as like a food blender? Yippee, Max! I'm glad your internet is doing better.
Open source 3D software that can be used to make animations, effects, game assets, or practically anything 3D. And best of all, it's 100% free. Will be.
Blender might be free, but the sanity, Blender costs your sanity. So like, is Blender really free? Is it? Is it really free? I don't think so. And Sebi, thanks so much to follow. Monochroma, welcome on in.
If you've never used it before, but you want to learn it, well, then you're in the right place. This is a tutorial for complete beginners.
And Too Good, welcome on in.
20 years, so I'm going to show you how to use
I'm turning the sound up for you guys.
And by the end, you'll finish with not only the confidence to start your own projects, but with your very own donut animation. And
wow!
I know this looks complex, but I promise you.
Yeah, I don't play your buddy, I play my soul!
And I say that with confidence because many already have. This is actually the 4th version of this tutorial. I made the first donut tutorial back in 2016, and I've been remaking it every few years to keep up with Blender's development. In that time, millions of people, just like yourself, have gone from having never used 3D to successfully making their own donuts.
Wow, a donut!
Snuck his into a little film called Everything.
Can I make a hot dog instead?
Very clever. So, if you're ready to take your first steps in 3D...
Like, is the reason they do donuts as the tutorial is because it's like a very basic object and it covers most of the basics? Is that why it is?
Hit the subscribe button and let's begin. First, go to blender.org/download or just click the link in the description. Then, obviously, you got to hit the big download button. Once
the big download button.
On Windows, double click it and then just go through the install steps.
You can do it into Blender.
Drag it into the applications folder.
Oh no, he's using Mac. He's a Mac. And Taurus? Is Taurus the name of the version of Blender?
Then just find the Blender shortcut and open it. Then once it's open, just click anywhere off the splash screen to close it, and welcome to the wonderful world of 3D.
A Taurus is an e-job. Wait, is Taurus the name of the shape of a donut? Is that you make ice cream? I made ice cream yesterday, Max. It was really good. I had some ice cream for breakfast. But is Taurus the name of the object a donut is?
First tip, do not get overwhelmed.
Oh, interesting.
If you go clicking around, you might find lots of buttons and
I did not
some
know.
of them with very scary names, and it can all get very overwhelming very quickly. The thing you need to know is Blender can do a lot of things, which means it has a lot of tools, but you don't need to know every tool in order to do what you want to do.
I need to know every tool.
If you're familiar with the 80-20 rule, there's really only 20% of Blender's features that you end up using 80% of the time. And that's what I'm planning to teach you in this tutorial series.
Yippee!
So stay with me and you should be fine.
I don't want to stay. I'm scared.
Next video. In this one, we're just going to look at the interface, and I'm going to show you some of the basic navigation. So for starters, this view, this window right here, is your 3D viewport, and it's where you'll spend probably 90% of your time because it is the 3D.
No, I'm going to spend 90% of my time suffering, crying, rolling on the floor. Not in the viewport.
3D world. So you can see that we have 3 objects here. We've got a camera, we've got a cube, and we've got a lamp. And when we click on it, you can see it's
So I want to... That's fine.
selected because it has the yellow outline. So let's delete the default cube, of course, and replace it with something else. So we could do that by going up to the add menu up here.
Oh, you know something fun I heard? Apparently it's possible, because like I know every goddamn tutorial in Blender is always going to start with deleting the default cube. But I hear apparently it's possible to save your defaults where it doesn't load the cube. But that's just not right, right? It's just not right. Everyone starts by deleting the cube, but apparently you can change the default.
or by remembering the hotkey, which is Shift A. So Shift A
Yeah,
for add. So usually the one you're looking for is underneath mesh. So these are called your primitives, and it's what you use to start to make an object. Like if you're going to make a chair,
Hiding
you
Pop
might start
Bob.
with a cylinder as the chair leg and then build out from there. But the one I'm sure you're all very curious, you want to click it, it's the monkey.
The monkey.
So let's just click the monkey.
Monkey,
Why
monkey,
does one have
monkey.
a monkey. Well, fun fact, every 3D software has its own little random complex object because it's useful to test things like shaders and complexities of scenes. So 3ds Max has the Utah teapot, Houdini has the toy, and I think Pig's head. Blender has the monkey. And it's actually
Monkey
called
superior.
the Suzanne monkey head, which you can see in the top left there, named after the orangutan from the film Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. Random piece of trivia. So let's get a better look at it. And to that, we need to orbit, which you can do by on your mouse there, your scroll wheel. That is called your middle mouse button. If you push that in and then drag around,
I can become the monkey.
Orbiting. Now, for my
I am
users,
the
you
monkey.
just
I'm
realize
inside.
You don't have a mouse. How are you going to orbit around? First of all, probably a good idea to get a mouse for 3D work. It will come in handy.
Okay, I find that really funny. He's like, imagine trying to work in Blender without a mouse. Like, why? Why? Why?
But in a pinch, you can get by without it just by up here in the top right-hand corner. This little
you could probably a little bit.
Anywhere in
just...
the gray section. If you just left-click, drag on that, that will do the exact same thing. Or if you want, you can go to Edit Preferences, and then underneath Input, there's Emulate 3-button mouse. And that means that if you hold down Alt and then left-click, drag, that will do the exact same thing. Also, whilst you are in User Preferences, you might want to go to Interface, and you've got Resolution Scale. If you're on a 4K monitor, you might find that your menus and buttons are really small.
I'm not made of money. I don't have a 4K monitor.
So personally, I like to keep my 4K
no, trackpad.
5. Since this is a tutorial, I'll make it nice and big so you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so that's orbiting
trackpad still
around with the
better.
mouse button. If we want to zoom in, we can do that just by scrolling in and out. We could also do it by going up to the magnifying glass tool there, and then just left-click, dragging, and then moving.
Should I skip past this part because we noticed? Yeah, I'm gonna skip past this.
Same thing. Or you could hold down Control and then middle mouse button.
We know how to do with
that will
objects.
do a Blender's most common hotkey as well.
Skip past that.
For the rest of this tutorial, industry compatible key maps that somebody else put together. I've got nothing to do with it, but I'll put that link there so you can check it out as well. For the rest of this tutorial series, I'm going to use Blender's hotkeys. Just keep that in mind. Now let's say, as I am moving around here, I'm like, oh, this looks really good. I've got some nice Rembrandt lighting across the monkey's face. I want to take a photo. I want to take a nice, pretty image of this and post it on socials for clout, right? Well, I could take a screenshot of it, but that would be silly because it's got all these lines all over. It's all
but I
noisy,
like
right?
the
Like
lines.
the way you take a photo, a pretty image in Blender, is to do a render. So you could do that one of two ways, by going up to Render and hitting Render Image, or remembering the hotkey, which says next to it.
Oh,
F.
okay, actually, no, I should go back to this here.
Okay, so one thing you might notice looking at this is that it's not very pretty, right? It's just kind of got this flat,
I did skip one of the things that to talk about something.
And that's because this state right now is called viewport shading. And it's kind of a lightweight, optimized way to view the scene just as you're building it. But if you want to create a final pretty image, that's called rendering. You can actually switch into rendered mode by going up here into the top right-hand corner. You can see we're currently in the viewport shading mode. If we go 2 across, you should see rendered view mode. So if we click that, your computer might stall for a quick second whilst it loads it in, but you can see it's now different. We have directional light. We have shadow cast across the...
I assume it's this here? Lighting. Yeah, here. It's studio. They call it studio display lighting now. And now we also have matte cap. And we got flat. Oh, yes. Now this is lighting. This is lighting, guys. You don't need, shading whatsoever. Hiding little crumbs. I'm certainly trying.
Monkey. So it's now we have compute across. You should see rendered view mode. So if we click that,
Viewport shading. I'm seeing where the exact thing it wants. How do Docus? Make a donut and try stacking them. Maybe I'll try. we are on the donut tutorial. Monkey. Hiding 2D, by the way. Welcome on in. I'm trying to, I guess, viewport shading. I'm trying to see where it's. Oh gosh, did I just crash Blender? How? I just crashed Blender. Oh, the model I have right now, I paid someone else to make. It's kiriponn designed and made it. Oh, Blender. I was like trying to change the shading. Blender's not responding here. Let me just give me a second. Reopen that. Oh my gosh. This general. We'll go real quickly. Delete Shift A. We'll make the mesh the monkey. The one thing I need to figure out here is it's just gonna crash. It's just wait, no, there it is. Here it is. This is why Flutter you say I hadn't even done anything. Like, I'll start saving once we get to the actual tutorial. But crassy software.
Your computer might stall for a quick second.
Also, Z-Bats and the person with the how do I say your name? Is someone with like paw print is their name? Welcome on in.
Puts it in, but you can see it's now different. We have directional light. We have shadow cast across the monkey. So it's now currently being lit by this lamp.
Actually, let me actually show you guys my design off a little bit. I'm my magical boy. I'm gonna go and just go yippee. We're learning Blender we're doing Blender, but I'm a magical boy. I'm showing off my design real quick. Get my little boots. Little design on there. Another thing I do like showing off my design. I like showing off my little magical boy wand. Yeah, let me go back. I need to make sure it lined up correctly. It goes like that. Let me check. I think that's about right. Let me check on TikTok. That's right. Okay.
So if I wanted to, zoom in on that lamp.
Yeah, the guy said, no, that was beyond stalling. It crashed. I think what happened to cause it to crash is I didn't really know what was clicking. I kept clicking on the top right. There's a bunch of different options. I clicked between them too quickly and just crashed Blender.
There and just kind of like move it around. You can see it's kind of hard to focus on. Like, it's always exactly not in the right view. And that's because we are centered on our monkey right now. We need to change the focus. We need to pan to something else. So we could do that one of two ways. One, if you're on a laptop, you could use the little move tool there. That will do that. Or everyone else, shift middle mouse click, drag, that will do the same thing. So middle mouse is for orbiting, shift middle mouse is for pan to change your view to something else. Okay, so I want to move my light because it's too moody. I want to be able to see the monkey's face there. So to move an object, you could do it one of two ways. One, you could go over to the left-hand corner.
It was like it was C or something.
Tool. When you click that, you can see that the selected object, the lamp, has this gizmo, it's called. With these
Where were you?
And if I just clicked and dragged on any of those arrows there, you can see I can move it along any of those axes.
What do you know about Harambe? Oh my gosh, it's a shade. I know that's a girl and not a monkey. I don't know.
I could also just click on that white circle there, and that will just freehand drag it depending on my view. But it's kind of tedious. Every time you want to move something, you have to like go to that tool and then find the arrows and yada yada. So actually most people in Blender prefer to use the hotkeys. So we just keep it in the default selection state here, and instead remember the hotkey, which is G for grab. Now I've just tapped the key, and you'll notice as I move my cursor that it's now attached to my cursor. It's not, my cursor isn't even actually close to it. In fact, my cursor could be on the other side of the screen, and I could tap G and it will move it. And at first this is kind of awkward. You're like, why is it working this way? But once you get used to it, you realize it's actually handy because you don't have to spend all this time like navigating your cursor to something just so that you can move it. Your cursor could be over here and then just tap it and you're moving it. So whilst you're in this move state, if you want to cancel a movement, you could do it one of two ways. You could just hit escape, or you could right click. Then if you want to confirm a movement, like say I want to move left click here and I like the movement, I should just do a...
You're new here? Junia. Okay. So do you see how long the stream's been going? And do you see how we haven't done anything? I mean, we're having fun, I suppose. I sound a little sick. Do I sound sick? I'm not sick. I'm suffering. I'm not sick. I am welcome on in. For if you're new here, I'm DaiShimaVT. Thank you so much for follow Deriz as well. Oh, I sound stuff. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how I always sound. I asked my viewer. I always sound like this, right? I don't know. But what was I saying? Right, I do cooking content. I do tea content. I sometimes do all sorts of other weird stuff. Like I felt like today we could try learning how to do Blender, and I thought it wouldn't be 2 hours for nothing so far. Right now we're doing we pulled up a Blender like a donut tutorial. It's the first time I ever really opened up this program, and it's definitely suffering. Definitely suffering.
Single left click. So again, if I want to cancel something, just right click. If I want to confirm the movement, left click. But let's say I wanted to move it along an axis. Like what if I like these arrows here and I want to be able to move it on.
I think we can skip forward probably now to make it render.
In mind. Now let's say as I am moving around here, I'm like, oh, this looks really good. I've got some nice
fantastic
lighting across the monkey's face. I want to take a photo. I want to take a nice, pretty image of this and post it on socials for clout, right?
Yeah.
Well, I could take a screenshot of it, but that would be silly because it's got all these lines all over. It's all noisy, right? We don't like it. The way you take a pretty image in Blender is to do
how I like my monkey.
So you could do that one of two ways, by going up to render and hitting render image, or remembering the hotkey, which says next to it F12. So when you do that,
I should. What's it? If I go over here, what's my? Let me move my camera for proper camera. Can I like? Oh my god! Okay, how can I rotate this though? No, I want to rotate this. I would like to. I can't. I guess I can just click the rotation button here. I want the best. I want the best. Oops. We're gonna go like that, maybe. Here we go. Now we can see the monkey. Now it's a good view. How are you doing, Anna? I was repositioning my view frame here so we can have a really proper. Oh no, no worries. Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much. I believe you said house. Your name was gosh, you said your name was Valerie. Yeah, thanks so much, Valerie, for helping out today. And before I know you helped me on the Warrior Discord as well, but yeah, go get some rest. Thanks for hanging out. Also, how long has my my model been frozen? Whenever I fix it. I had to pop up my iPhone. How long ago did my face tracking break? It's fixed now. Who cares? Also, on if I say hello to you. Welcome on in. I'm doing great. I'm doing the best.
A little window will pop up. It will use your CPU or GPU, depending on which renderer you've got active. Window will pop the hotkey, which says next to it F12.
Okay.
So when you do that, a little window will pop up. It will use your CPU or GPU.
Make so much head active,
and it will render out a pretty image. And from here, you could go image and then save as, and that'll save it as a PNG or whatever, wherever you want to save it. But you might notice looking at this that this is actually a different view than what we have here, right? So here I've got a nice view of the monkey's face, but up there is a different view. And the reason for that is when you do a render, it's not rendering from the view that you're looking at currently. It's always going to render from the point of view of the camera. So this is our camera ready looking from this angle. And we can actually look through the camera by just clicking the little camera icon there, or by remembering the hotkey, which is number pad 0. So how do we move the camera? Well, Blender's a little awkward, maybe a little different to other software packages, but you're supposed to like hit G to move it, and then like middle mouse to zoom in and out. And then if you want to like move it along an axis, I guess G and then X. You could do that, but actually what a lot of users prefer, especially those from other software packages, is if you've got
so much better.
Selected, which by the way, I haven't mentioned this, but up here, this is your outliner. It's kind of an inventory.
I was so for real, Matt Editor. I'm shocked I caught it within 20 seconds. Thanks so much for going back for checking, though.
Of every item that you've got in your scene. Okay, so with the camera there selected, if I hit N is to bring up the properties. N for properties.
Oh, I see Valerie joined the Discord.
And then go to
as well.
View.
Thanks so much.
There's a little box there that just says lock to camera to view. So now, with that active, if I just use the same keyboard shortcuts,
I'm putting the monkey I just rendered in a gentle chat.
To drag it, you can see that the camera is moving with it. So essentially, the view, I can set it up exactly as I want, then hit N again, and then I can disable that. And then now as I pull out, you can see that the camera will stay exactly where it was, and I could do a lovely, pretty render. But this is too simple. If we post this on the internet, people are bound to make fun of us. Imagine that.
I just posted that internet. Now I'm going to get made fun of.
We could give it some color, right? So with our monkey head selected, we can go over to here to the properties. So this property
people are going to make fun of me.
Might spend the other, I don't know, another 5 to 8%, I don't know, getting too exact there. You might spend another 5% of your time in this section, but it's where all of the properties for things are in Blender. So for example, you've got like the render properties, like the size of the image that you're saving something as is defined there. And some of these properties will stay here no matter what is selected, but others are selection dependent. So you can see actually, if I click the camera there, you can see I get a little camera tab at the bottom there. But if I select my monkey, you'll see the camera tab disappears.
That's really weird.
But instead, I have some other ones that appear. So one that we might want to change is underneath material. And this will enable us to add a material, change the color to something else, essentially. So underneath here, where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new. And then you've got a bunch of options.
Where was the material? What was this supposed to be? So I'm like, what do you mean? What? It's a monkey. It's a monkey. A monkey head. It's just one of the default textures.
A monkey, you'll see the camera tab disappears, but instead I have some other ones.
This rendering I have is literally, it's just a built-in object in Blender for their logo, essentially.
Ones that appear. So one that we might want to change is underneath material, and this will enable us to add a material, change the color to something else, essentially.
Which one's material? Is it? Which one's material? Oh, material, there.
So underneath here, where it's got new, I'm just going to hit new. And then you've got a bunch of options, very confusing. Ooh, IOR.
How are you doing?
Again, don't worry about it.
Welcome on in.
Later on. The one that defines...
We're attempting to do, like, it's my first time using Blender. And that's going as swimmingly as you would expect. We will be doing the donut tutorial after this, or this is part of the donut tutorial. But Um, you know, excuse me. Right now we're doing stuff on the monkey.
The color is the base color. So if I do a single left click on that white box there, I can then change this color to whatever I want. I could make it an odd, creepy, skin-toned monkey.
Green.
Head, right? Like
green
that,
monkey.
and do a render. Okay, so hey, all right, it's better, but still it's too simple. I think people will think we haven't put enough effort into this masterpiece. So let's add another object. Let's give the monkey a hat. So if we want to add another object, how do we do it? Well, we could go to the add menu, like I mentioned before, or the hotkey Shift A. So what sort of hat do
I swear, if
you
it's
add?
cone, I'm gonna laugh.
Do a boxy hat. Let's do a party hat with a cone.
Oh my gosh.
So once we add an object, you can see it's just plopped it straight in the center, intersecting our monkey. So we need to move it. We can move it, and we could grab it with the G key. So it's now moving it just on our cursor there. I don't want to move it just freehand though, because I like the position, but I just want to move it up. So I'm going to hit Z to move it along the Z axis. Right, I like it there. So once I like the placement, I'm just going to do a single left click.
Excuse me.
Okay, great. But too big. See, we need to learn another tool, which is scale. So we could go to the scale tool there, and then we get this familiar little axes there. But again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which for scale is just S. So S to scale. So resizing that, okay, that's pretty good. Let's move it down again, so G and Z. Okay, all right, but yeah, let's say we want to make it a little taller. Okay, so we could scale it along just the Z axis. So S, Z, whoops, S, Z, there we go. And it's now making it a tall party hat. Scale it down. There we go. Ha, look at that. Be a very bland party if it's gray though, so let's give it another material. An exciting color, a vibrant
Onyx comes to follow Pookie.
Color. Why not? Give that a render by hitting F12. Okay. Camera is in the wrong position. So let's go to camera view mode with number pad 0. I'm going to select my camera. And rather than dabbling with that little thing
the light
I had before, I'm
source.
going to hit G and then middle mouse, just tap it once. As I said, it's a little awkward. Blender's the way it handles with the camera. But anyway, just move that out, and then I got to rotate it. All right, so I'm going to rotate. So with the camera selected, tap R, then middle mouse, and it's now kind of like freehand rotating around. So I'll just move it up slightly. There we go. Okay, this is just a fool around session. So don't worry if you're making mistakes. We'll get to actual practical building stuff in the next part.
What I do?
Find ways to throw in these like fundamental tools.
Oh no.
Rotate,
no
right?
Face.
The
Oh no!
just,
How did JT?
He needs to look dead on at the camera, and currently he's off. What
an
excuse to use the
there
rotate tool.
That's what
so you could enable the rotate tool, right? The familiar axes there. You could click and rotate it around like that. Again, most people prefer to remember the hotkey, which is R to rotate, right? So it's now just freehand rotating on my cursor. Remember the axes, as I mentioned before, can be used for any mode. So the X axis will rotate it back and forth. The Y axis, tilt it, or Z, there we go, to turn it towards the camera. Just a little bit, right? And there you go, F12. And we've done it. Let's save it. Let's upload it to ArtStation.
Look at how much better this is. It's
for the recruiters,
actually, I need to make this.
All right, let's start.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to render this out, but we're going to copy that hat. Okay, so I have 2 cones now. We have 2 cones. Now we are going to go like this. We're going to scale it down. How's it going? Pookie's going great. So we're going to go. Oops. Go like that. Actually, I'll probably get rid of the other one and remake it and recopy it over. But we're going to rotate this. Actually, I'll copy. Should I copy? No, let's just grab it down. Why is it all like? Where am I? gosh, let me get out of this. Is it like transparent? The blender in the kitchen. No, not the kitchen. Yeah, we're how you doing, Gray? And Sunlight, thanks so much for the follow. You know what, magical friends. I am trying to give them like horns. But for some reason, it's like, oh, maybe this will help. And then we'll go like that. Move a little high. Oops. A little higher. And then we're going to copy, move the other one over. Actually, we should G, and then what was the other axis movement? It was like, I guess I could just use the move tool like that. Making the monkey of hearts. Okay, we're gonna, one last thing we'll do on this monkey before we switch to something else is I want to rotate the horns over so they look right. What's that? We made a monkey with horns. Now we go to 0. So we go to F12. It should render that out. Absolutely beautiful. Monkey of horns. It's a very green monkey. It is. I will render this out. Can I like render this with as a transparent PNG? That's what I want to do. Image. Save as monkey render green horn. I don't RGB alpha. Oh, that does look like it has alpha. It does look like it has alpha. Okay, so we're gonna save this. Oops, I saved in a really weird place. Where did that save? Oh, it did no. I think it did save in the right place. How are you doing? It's Canetastic. Welcome on in. We are having a time. Let me go put this monkey in a general chat. Oh no, let me put this in general chat here. Why can't I upload that? Why is it Discord? Discord is not accepting. Oh, there it is. There you go, chat. Oh, fantastic. And so thanks so much for the head pats. Let me make sure the head pats are like that. And we're gonna go back to this. We can close the render viewer.
A new scene so that we can get
Left. Yo, thank you so much, Raw.
Where we're gonna actually start building our donut and learning.
I googled Blender. Like, if you Google Blender, you just go Blender. The website is blender.org. And there's a big freaking download button. I don't know how you screw that up. What type of computer are they not using Windows? And Raw, thanks so much to follow. I haven't seen Invincible. But oh my gosh. Let's go back into the Blender. Here. Gojo, I don't know.
Some of the more core features of Blender. So click here and I will see you in part 2.
Okay.
Now we know how Blender functions. Let's start building.
I mean, it might have been a limitation of your computer, Marika. Do you have like a laptop? It should just work. Like, I don't know. Like, you're downloading the right version for your operating system, right? Matica Magicus. Diboba. I'm a boba.
That donut. So, as before, let's, well, first of all, just to repeat, make sure you are working with a new scene. Completely new scene. Don't want any remaining monkey heads lying around. Let's begin fresh slate, and let's delete our default cube just with the delete key, and let's replace it with a new object. You might remember the hotkey for that is Shift A. And as I mentioned before, you usually want what is underneath mesh because these are your primitives. So we want to start with something that most resembles what it is we're building.
We're going to go start a new.
If it was a house, you might start with a cube. If it was a vase, you might start with a cylinder. In our case, we want the donut-shaped one, although mathematicians call it a torus for some reason. So let's
torus.
Now, if I zoom in by
it should, Marika, if you open up the website, like what are you using, a Windows computer? If you're using a Windows computer, you go to the website, you click download, it will automatically default to your operating system. There is a Linux version, there is a Mac version. If you're on mobile, there's probably a mobile version of Blender somewhere. I don't know, but
thing resembling a donut. Looks like a pretty weak looking donut, you know, very flimsy. Looks like the donut before it's cooked when they just drop it into the vat and it's just this little wispy thing. So immediately after you do some actions in Blender, you have options to change it. And the options are hidden down here in the bottom left-hand corner. You see a little box, and if you click that box, you see options. And look, we can change the dimensions of our torus. Now, something to note is that these options in Blender only appear immediately after you have done that action. If you do another action, like say deselect your torus by mistake, it's gone, right? Because Blender has assumed you have moved on. You've accepted the state of your donut.
How rude.
And this is the one you want, right?
Assumes.
If you haven't done anything drastic or changed this object in some severe way, you can temporarily bring it back by hitting F9. I never actually remember that hotkey. I just remember that immediately after I have added an object, if I want to tweak it, now's my chance before I move on to something else. Okay, so we could change, you know, the size of it here. We can also change the resolution. I'll use the term resolution loosely. To make it higher or lower fidelity.
I don't see a resolution option.
A lot of beginners make, and I say this because this is the exact mistake I made way back in 2003 when I started learning Blender. Is they go, well, I need a realistic looking donut, so I guess I need to go really high resolution. I remember.
I guess segments is resolution.
One of my first projects was for a high school film project, and I wanted to have a close up of a face. Didn't realize faces were going to be difficult.
Oh my God,
really
inverted.
High poly, and then it was just an absolute nightmare to work with. So the reason you don't want this is that for starters, things that are high poly are very slow to render, and they're very hard to work with if you want to tweak the shape of it. But also, as you learn and you grow with 3D, you'll discover that it is a lot easier to add resolution to something.
I've hit a triangle.
Take it away if you've built it into it and you don't need it. So, long way to say, what we actually want is to have as few polys, these are called polys, as you can get away with.
It's actually beautiful.
Go with 32 major and 12 minor. And don't worry that it looks all jagged because we will fix that in a moment. Now, the major and minor, this is really up to you, but I find that something that looks kind of chunky, like a fat donut, just looks really delicious. So I'm going with something around about this size, okay? And once I'm happy with this, once I'm ready to click off, I click off, the options are gone, and this is it. This is the donut that I click off. I click off.
Let me copy the rest of his settings. He has 39. 0.39. Oops. Ah! He has 0.39. And his other setting was 0.25. I was just copying the rest of his settings on the donut.
And once I'm happy with this, once I'm ready to click off, I click off, the options are gone, and this is it. This is the donut that I am now working with. So how do we make this look higher resolution, less jagged? Well, one way is to use smooth shading. So if you right click with your object selected, go to Shade Smooth. And look at that. This is immediately better. Without getting too technical, this is kind of a fakery.
I just liked it.
It's sort of like the shader is telling the renderer that this is a really high poly dense mesh when it really isn't. It's just basically kind of like averaging out faces. And anyway, it's very technical, but basically means it's not going to add anything to your render time, but it's going to look smoother. And so this is generally what you want for something that is smooth and organic looking, like we want. If you were rendering like architectural,
what are you laughing at,
like
Kyra?
hard surfaces, like later on we're going to put this on a counter, then the object would obviously want to be flat. But in our case, we're just going to use shade smooth. But you might notice that looking at this, especially if you go side on, that you've got this sort of jagged shape around here, right? So the silhouette is really breaking that illusion that this is a high poly or a smooth looking donut. But thankfully, rather than adding all of that complex
I'm not seeing
density
his
into the
I
mesh
guess
itself
that there,
and
yeah.
making it hard to remove later on, there is another way through modifiers. So if we go over here to our properties, right, this very confusing, lots of option looking properties,
Many options.
click on the wrench, and this is the section called modifiers. And this is one of those object dependent things. So if you've got your camera selected, you won't see it. So it's only when you've got actual meshes that you might see this modifier here. So it's much easier to explain if we just add one. So up here, add modifier, and you got a range of options here that can do a whole number of things. The one that we're looking for is underneath generate, and it is called subdivision surface. And it is a really common modifier that you use all the time. In fact, it's so common.
Where the heck was that what you just said? Where was this? Where was this? Where, sir?
Selected, you won't see it. So it's only when you've got actual meshes that you might see this modifier here. Yeah. So it's much easier to explain if we just add one. So,
sir? Where is this, sir? Modifiers? No. Yeah, it's right here. Okay.
Up here, add modifier, and you got a range of options here that can do a whole number of things. The one that we're looking for is underneath generate.
Generate.
And it is called subdivision surface. And it is
Subdivision.
a really common modifier that you use all the time. In fact, it's so common, it's actually, you can just immediately add it to any object just by hitting Control-1. But don't do that because we've already got it. So there. Now, some of you might have just discovered that your donut has disappeared. If that is the case, you need to go to Edit, Preferences, and then underneath Viewport, where it's got Subdivision at the very bottom, disable
looks like a
GPU
donut.
subdivision. That will then make the subdivision perform on your CPU instead of your GPU, which is maybe non-existent or not performing whatever. But disable
It's
that
a
and
donut.
it should appear. But if it's already working for you, don't disable it. Keep it going because GPU will be faster. So what exactly is this doing? Well, it's a lot easier to explain if we look at the shade flat mode because we're not being tricked by the smooth shading there. If I set this levels viewport to 0, this is our original mesh. This is before we add the subsurface, essentially. When we increase this, you can see that it is adding resolution to our mesh. And the more I increase this viewport levels here, the finer and finer that detail becomes. So to explain it, because this is such a very, very common modifier, it's kind of important to understand how
It's going,
working.
Priff.
You can see that this is these
We are-
squares here. These are called faces, by the way. And for
We're
each
doing
one
the
of these faces
blenders.
here, as I add
We're
a
donut
level,
time.
you can see it's becoming 4 faces, right? And then now, if I zoomed in on this one face here, if I do another level, that's now become 4 faces. And then if I zoom in again, it's now become 4 faces. So it's exponentially adding detail. And you might also know that it is smoothing it out as well. Like this jagged edge that we've got here, you can see now becomes smoother. So to quickly visualize that, if I just draw it, like imagine you've got like a 90-degree corner, right? Like this. If you
90
add
degrees.
a subsurf modifier, what it's going to do
A bagel.
is
A
it's
bagel
going to
could be.
add a point here,
be bagel.
right? Because this is the extra detail. It's also going to take that point there and it's going to average it out. It's going to average it out between these points. And it's going to create another one there and another one there. So you go then from having that really hard corner there to having something that looks a lot smoother. So it's going to take a point and it's also going to change it to make it look smoother, generally speaking.
Oh,
so there we go.
Stretch.
So now as I increase this, you can see it's getting smoother and smoother. Now, the reason there are two options here, you've got levels viewport and levels render. So reminder, this
yeah, it does look
gray
like
area
it
that we
is
operate
going.
in is called our viewport.
You know, crash. Oh no,
Riff
Riff.
Version. So as an example, you could see if I just turned it off for the viewport, it looks very jagged. But then for my render, if I increase that to 3, if I do my render, which you could go up there, and render image, or remember the hotkey F12, you can see that that donut is now smooth. But I go back.
Oh, look how smooth it is, chat.
So the viewport.
Oh, you guys can't
see
it. Never mind.
Lightweight, and then the render time.
You can't see the render. Never mind.
A really nice looking, pretty image. So you want to often have 2 different levels. In our case, though, I don't really think we need to go beyond 1, even for our final pretty image.
No, we need all resolution. Hiding Palm's wife, welcome on in.
Is good enough. And we're going to be adding more to the scene later on, so we don't want to make it too complex. So this is actually pretty good. Okay, so
actually, I should
a perfect donut. And that's the problem.
Quickly.
It's too perfect. You could spend decades trying to develop a machine in the real world that made a donut this perfect, and you never would. This is so mathematically precise that the eye will always see this as looking
Thanks so much
fake.
for the follow, Sid.
HS
Slay. You're not one of Magical Friends.
Things that are too perfect just look fake. So you have to spend time making things look misshapen and adding variation there, like you see in the real world, because your eye expects to see it.
I know, Chibi. So we went on. We were on a different tutorial, and we switched to this tutorial. I deadass spent like an hour trying to add like the correct spear on a different tutorial. And I switched to this tutorial. So we're doing the donut now. So it was like a version issue. So basically what happened was like, it required me to like install the it just changed a lot. It just changed a lot. Hiding Haru. Like the whole it was like the video was only like a year old. Left for hours? Why? So what do you mean?
So how do we do that? How do we make this donut look
have fun, Priff?
lumpy,
But I hope you're doing well, Chibi, as well.
I do that by
got mold in your food
itself. So this mode that we are in right now, where we can click on different objects, is called object mode. And I know that because in the top left-hand corner, you can see we are in object mode. But if I click the drop down, you can see I get
like the first tutorial I was trying to use was this like cute frog one is suggested to me. It was terrible. And I went to another tutorial that it was kind of okay for the beginning stuff, and now we're on like I've been through 3 tutorials in this stream.
Number of other options here. And these options, again, will change depending on the object you've got selected. If I've got a lamp, my little light there selected, you can see I've only got object mode. My camera, I've only got object mode. But a mesh will give you extra options here. So let's enter into edit mode. Ooh. Right. Now, you can see our mesh, our object has become something that looks weird. It's got a bunch of little points on it with lines and.
Did he say how I was supposed to do that?
Right. Now let's enter into edit mode.
Okay.
Ooh.
Objects.
Right. Now you can see our mesh, our object has become.
I was like, I don't think he said how to do it. It was just shown.
It's got a bunch of little points on it with lines and very
braces.
Well,
I used to have braces.
That's because this is actually what the mesh is made up of. These little points here, which you can click on just by selecting, are called your vertices. The singular term is called vertex. I never say that. I like to just call all of them vertices, regardless of whether it's 1 or 2, just because you always get some comments that go, actually, it's called vertex if it is singular. Anyway, so these are called your vertices.
Actually.
And if you have 2 of them joined by a line, that is called an edge. And if you have 4 of them forming a face, then it's called a face. So with these, I can quickly change the shape of my object by using the same hotkeys as before. And if I want to move this, then I would simply tap G, right? And you can see it's now attached to my cursor. And then if I want to confirm its movement, I just do a
oh yeah, that's
and there it is. Now if I go back,
what do you mean you don't want your donut? There's a spike going out of it.
My mesh has changed. Okay. And by the way, the hotkey for jumping in and out of object and edit mode is just tab. Okay, so you can see it's just toggling between those two modes because it's so common that you want to just quickly change things that it's just easily accessible by that. Now, this is okay, right? But you can see it's like, it's got like some artifacting. It's like, it's not the greatest lump, right?
What do you mean you don't like my lump?
More natural. Well, I mean, you could, you move one, drag it out, okay, click, and then I move, the next one next to it, right? I'll move that out, and then I'll move this one out a little bit, and then I move this one, and it's like, okay, well now I've got the thing, but it took me like 5 actions. Ridiculous, right? No one wants to do that. No one's got time for that.
I gave a little cat ears
in Blender just for this, and it's called proportional editing. You can enable it up there in your toolbar. So if you enable that, now if I hit G and I move it out, you will see I get a little ring around my cursor there, and that is now changing the mesh around it. Now, a lot of people in my previous tutorials were like, I don't see what's going on. You have to have something selected first, and then when you hit G, you will see that little circle of influence. Okay, now this circle of influence, if I scroll down, sorry, if I scroll up, you can see it's shrinking. Circle of impact.
Where the hell
G, and I move it out. Just to do
where is that option,
though? But it took me like 5 actions. Ridiculous, right? No one wants to do that.
Where the
hell? Time for that. Thankfully, there is a tool in Blender just for this, and it's called proportional editing, and you can enable it up there in your tool.
I don't have that option. I don't have that option. How's it going? Not great, Viber King, but we're suffering. I don't have that option. I think it was moved. I think it was moved. I think it's like why is Blender not able to keep their interface consistent? And don't give me this shit about it's open source. There's plenty of open source software that does not have this issue. Like, it's one thing if it changes over after like 4 years. Why? Is like automatically merges. Is it automatically merge setting now? No, it looks different. Where is what up? Don't hiding Addy. Yeah, is it? Oh, is it here? Gizmo maybe? No, that's that.
So if you enable that now, and you can enable it tool in Blender just for this, and it's called proportional editing. And you can enable it.
No, I mean I had a monkey. I did a monkey. Hiding Toto Pro 4. Thanks so much to follow. I'm looking for the proportional editor. Because he's showing that off now, and it's in a different place. He says it's on his freaking toolbar, but I don't see it. I might be. I think it's moved. Add modifier, go to mirror. I shouldn't have to do that though. I shouldn't have to do that. It should have a button to just do it. I'm looking at his video. Why is that option removed? It's just like I for editing on like the faces or whatever. There's proportional editing. There's like literally like here. If I go to here and make this Blender tutorial bigger, you can literally see what he's clicking there. Like it's that little dot. I am on a face. I do have a face clicked. I do. Do I not? me yeah, I have a face clicks right here. I'll click one you guys would be more likely to be able to see on screen. I have that face clicks right there. Right click? I mean, maybe they moved to the right click. No. Mirror vertices. I mean, mirror vertices probably would be close. I think Jelly making a donut. We're trying. Hi, Dig Midnight. Welcome on back. I'm looking for the proportional editing that's moved somewhere. Why? Is it this? Snapping. Oh, here it is. Why is it? Okay, I found it. It's up in the middle. It's up in the middle right here. Oh, apparently shortcuts. Oh, he could have said, oh. I found Addy. It's right in the very middle, which is not even close to where it is on his screen.
So if you enable that,
that's probably because he's like interface is way bigger.
G and I move it out, you will see I get a little ring around my cursor there, and that is now changing the mesh around it. Now, a lot of people in my previous tutorials were like, I don't see what's going on. You have to have something selected first. And then when you hit G, you will see that.
It's like I wasn't seeing what that ring is.
Okay, now this circle of influence, if I scroll down, if I scroll up, you can see it's shrinking its circle of influence. And if I scroll down, it is expanding its influence. So it's only going to affect
it's pretty
that.
It's pretty like, okay, Midnight, welcome on again. But yeah. So like, there's no reason that Blender should be this inconsistent with diversions. It really is not. Again, I use so much open source software, and this is the only time I've had version differences be this bad. Like, what the hell? For a hit, yeah, like, in this case, it was just moved over a little bit on an interface, but like, welcome to Hell's Blender. Yeah, I mean, I understood. I knew it was me, Bad Viper. This quite possibly. The software itself is fine. The interface of Blender changed this much might be the worst case of like development hell I've ever seen. What's happening, Pookie? We are am I exploding? I might be exploding. Oh, chat Milo made me explode. How you doing, Pookie? Milo decided to make me go boom. But there's no. Oh, so thank you so much for the follow, Pookie. You're now one of my friends. Do make sure to check out my socials on my link tree and perhaps consider joining my Discord. Again, we're also streaming on YouTube and Twitch, but I do read all of the stuff. Skills it's actually built into VTube Studio. The exploding things is it's built into VTube Studio. Actually, it's a thing. That's Denchi being cool.
That ring there, okay. If you are on, if you don't have a mouse with a scroll wheel, you can also change the influence by using page up and page down. And if you don't have page up or page down because you're on a Mac keyboard.
But like, I get why everyone on Blender probably uses key bindings, because like the key bindings probably change less often, right? But oh no, Fiber King. Like, knowing it, just pushing O, I guess I can't be selecting it. Knowing just to switch with O is not too bad. But it's, I don't know.
Then what you would have to do is go.
There's no reason for Blender to be like. Is it a thing that Blender, no one ever made like guidelines that other developers would follow? Because it doesn't have to be good interface. The problem, interface does not have to be good. There's nothing worse than interface changing this often. Like, and it's not like they made an interface better in the newer versions. At a certain point, yes. I think it's like what, like version 2, the interface got like actually functional, but it's changing this much is worse than a bad interface.
Page up and page down to something else, just so that you could get around that. But guys,
yeah, we are doing the I am doing the donut right now, as you could probably tell. It's my first. I had a couple of tutorials. I'm going for hell right now. I'm going for hell.
Get a mouse with a scroll wheel. I think they're, I don't know, 50 cents or just in the nearest landfill somewhere. Get a mouse because it's going to make your life in 3D a lot easier. Okay, so with this, I can now make quick work of lumpy shapes, okay? So I just drag that out. Okay, I've got a little lumpy shape there. Maybe I go down here and I pull this up just by hitting G, moving it up. Okay, so already this is looking a little more natural, right?
Oh yes, natural.
Making a stylized world for a
oh yes, natural. Like this is what my donuts look like.
A spherical looking donut. Sorry, spherical, round looking circular donut, because it just, your eye will see it as fake. So very quickly, I'm able to add a little bit of variation to the donut, just all around it, just a little bit over here, and you can see that I am just changing my circle of influence depending on what size of a lump I want to make. So if I just want to make like a little bit that sticks out, I can make a small circle just by scrolling up like that.
Let's make it a little...
you just want to do that until you get something that looks...
Honestly, this looks pretty good.
More natural.
I think mine looks fine.
Part as well. We just drag that in with a smaller circle. And that's pretty good. Let's just have a look from the top. I might actually just drag that out and make it a little bit.
I think mine's pretty good.
Like
the hiding fluoride.
But there you go. That's pretty good for a donut. It's still kind of simple. It's not too detailed, but it's got just enough variation in it.
I want sprinkles.
It's more interesting to look at. Oh, one more thing. Forgot to mention. Go back into edit mode with tab. Donuts, when they're sitting in the little vat thing, right?
What's he going to do?
They're only like half submerged, so then they have to be flipped. But it means that the bit that's nearest to the surface is getting less heat. So essentially what I'm saying is the bit that's around the donut, the circumference of it, is usually a little bit flatter. So donuts aren't like perfectly round all the way around. They're usually a little bit flatter. So what I want to do is I want to select these vertices along here, and then I want to shrink them. Now I could go around one by one like this, which is actually what I used to do when I was learning Blender.
I'm sure we can just like select, right-click, select line or something.
There was no tutorials. I would do this if I wanted to select this. Silly.
Probably going to like right-click line, right?
A function, a tool for that, and it is edge select. So if you hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on not the points, but on the edge, right? This little line here. You can see it's selected all the way around. So it's anything that's connected along that line is now.
The way that didn't work for me, I'm clicking Alt. I'm Alt clicking, guys. The way that's not doing shit. What did this change to? This is what I mean. This is shit I mean. What do you mean Alt click is not working for the edge select? Sure, there's probably a different way to do it now, but why is it changed in less than a year? Hiding, Hania. Welcome on in. Like, why is that changed in less than a year? Oops, I don't want to record. Like, what the hell? I could just probably edge select with some other way. I could probably oops, not the sculpting, modeling. Select I could probably select sharp edges, side of active. Not that. Select similar. Sharp edges? No. Yeah, there's probably This is the shit I mean. How are you doing, Caro? Sharp edges, no. Side effect, no. Why? Edge, maybe? Edge? Edge. No. So I need to. So I'm supposed to be able to basically go here and like this alt click the little line. I'm trying. This is right now. This is the donut tutorial. This is my first time really using it ever for Blender, and it's going actually worse than I was expecting. Blender is somehow worse than I was expecting. And almost all of it is just directly tied to really short turnarounds on their interface changing too quickly. Like in less than a year, like you like, oh, I'm gonna play. It's the type of content I usually do. I do like cooking streams. I do tea stuff. I like Chinese tea. Not drama. But like every so often, like trying to do different types of stuff, and I've done some art streams, and right now I'm trying to do Blender. Yeah, view that power. Yeah, like Blender. Honestly, I don't think Blender is that hard to use, from what I can tell. The problem is the tutorials are like half useless because the interface changes so much. Like, I need to be able to select this edge, and I'm supposed to be able to click. I'm supposed to be able to just click the middle here with Alt and click. Okay. Thanks so much to follow Rose. If you knows how to do thanks for follow Rose, you're not one of my friends. Do make sure to check all my other socials on my link tree. Perhaps here join my Discord. But yeah, if anyone knows what button I'm supposed to press to, or how am I supposed to select the edge, because it's definitely changed. It's definitely changed. Like, what the hell? I've seen there's some VTubers who do Blender because they want to make 3D models. I have a friend, Twig, who uses Blender for actual, like, they actually know how to use it. Chibi apparently was, I think, knows a little bit of Blender, but I just want to select this edge to do this, like the part of the tutorial wants me to do, but I guess I could Google select. I know I can just. I think I probably just shift click and go all the way around, but I shouldn't have to do that. I could Google. I'm gonna probably Google. We're gonna go. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my god, that sounds all busted, isn't it? Thanks so much for the heart me. Is Shalong. Was it like Shalong something? I always forget how to say your name, but thanks so much to heart me. We're gonna go Blender 4.4 edge select, I think is what we're gonna do. Click directly on the mouse to select it. No, like, that's not what I want. Oh, thank you so much for what was the other noise I heard? I think that must have been a Twitch follow. Thanks so much for follow on Twitch. Love Lily, you're now one of Magical Friends over there. Yeah, we're gonna go. I'm gonna check them real quick. Nah, I guess I'm not gonna check that. And select's not working. If the emulate free mouse selected the preferences, I'll click. Using emulates. No, I'm not emulating a mouse button. This was, if the issue was the Windows Manager was grabbing, trying to move. Okay, so I'm gonna try Control. So Google is saying I should also click Control. Oh, it's a good job, Priff. So Google's saying it's an issue with the Google Manager or whatever. So I should be able to click. That is not working. That is indeed not working. Yeah, I don't know. Switching out of Windows Manager. I'm probably gonna move Shift double click. Someone's saying Shift double click. That's a whole different button. It's okay. It's Shift double click. Thanks. I love that. Okay, so what looks like what happened is in 4.4 they reverted to what 2.8 did. After in Blender 3 something, it was another way. So they reverted back to how it worked in Blender 2.8. They reverted back. They reverted back to how it worked in Blender 2.8. Is what it looks like it did. Because they have no consistency in their whole shit. So yeah, it's but why would they do that? Whatever.
Now selected.
Why would they?
So if I want to shrink this, right? What would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. So we would use the hotkey S.
I think Blender despises people using. No, I think the only. I don't know. I think Frederick. I think Blender actually dislikes its own users. If there was literally like one or two people working on Blender that would set the standard for the interface, and then they would vote on like changes for it. That you can have pull request or whatever. Like that's how most other open source projects, like if there's gonna be a change to the interface, like you do like a pull request, or you like it's always done with it in mind. Even if the interface is bad, you don't just change it willy-nilly. Like, so there must have been someone that's like doing it. They like worked on like why? Camel, yeah. Camel. So no, I've not been doing good, Camel. It's been like 3 hours. I just figure. So I was having an issue here where it was not letting me. I had to figure out how they changed on my version to select this damn edge. And if you, I don't know if you heard a second ago, the way to do this is the same way it worked in Blender 2.8. So I can't remember what version of Blender this guy has. It's not that old. But in 4.4, it reverted to like a 3-year-old version of Blender on this specific interface interaction to select the edge. So sure, I know it now. But like, what evil person? I don't buy the excuse that the reason the interface is bad and constantly changing because it's open source. Again, I use a lot of open source software. None of it does this badly. Like, there's no reason. Like, there's no reason for an interface to change this drastically. I mean, you can go to Twitch as well for Ride. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, whichever platform you prefer. But anyways, we're gonna
for scale. So S, and I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing, so I'm going to turn that off and now scale in and just make it a little bit flatter. And there you go. See, it just feels a little bit more natural.
Guys, this is what a donut looks like, right?
Donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly.
That's what a donut looks like, right?
The lump is a little bit off. Like some people get a little bit too precious.
Thanks so much for follow. Is that Alex? Thanks so much for following. Now with the Magical Friends. That's a donut, right? We'll go undo that. We're gonna turn off proportional. Oh, by the way, Camel, the proportional. Oh hell yeah, for a ride. I'm also on Discord. One join Discord, but I always had to find where proportional editing was. What was the button that I pressed for this? Yeah, but why is like almost every single piece of the interface seems to change like every version? Like, I beg of them. They just need like one person that cares. And that person can just set the interface in one way. And if they make hi music fan, I'm doing suffering. Like all they have to do is stop changing the interface so often. Like that's all I ask. That's all I ask. I didn't even remember what the button was though.
Doesn't it? Looks a little bit closer to what a donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if yours doesn't look exactly like this. Luckily, everything I do, like I'm just working on the full bit. This feels I'm going to change. We would or hold down Alt on your keyboard and then do a single left click on.
Okay, that's not what I did. Mine is okay. So for his version of Blender, it's Alt and a single left click. That's not what mine is. And double click doesn't work. Double click doesn't. I don't know why I just did for double click there, but anyways, mine is Shift, not Alt, and double click.
But on the edge, right, this little line here, you can see it's selected all the way.
Yeah,
around.
I need to check what everything
was.
was.
Connected along that line is now selected. So if I want to shrink this,
like Camel. I've never seen. No, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with the program being hard to use. Go look at Live2D. Live2D is a fairly complex program, but it don't break how stuff was working. They've added features and they've sometimes made small changes, but like, so that's my sound is just so busted. Thanks so much to follow over on Twitch, Four-Eyed Fool. Thanks so much. Oh, so yeah, and our smash like button on YouTube though. You should totally do that as well. Got Discord, yada yada. So Live2D is a program. So my model that I'm using right now is made of Live2D. It's basically a program that allows for 2D arts to be morphed into look like 3D. Because you see how I look 3D-ish. This is a 2D image kind of like morphed. It's good. So Live2D is what 2D stuff is. 2D VTuber avatars use.
Right. What would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. I do. Select it all the way around. So it's anything that's
I missed the keybind again.
Is now selected. So if I want to shrink this, right? What would I do? Well, I mean, yeah, you could like move it around, right? We want to shrink it. We want to change the scale of it. So we would use
the
hotkey S for
okay,
scale.
S.
So S. And I'm going to scale that in. And I actually don't want proportional editing. So I'm going to turn that off.
You want to go like.
And now scale in. And just make it a little bit flatter. And there you go. See, it just feels a little bit more natural, doesn't it? Looks a little bit closer to what a donut looks like. And by the way, don't worry if this doesn't look exactly like this. Like your
that's definitely better.
A little bit off. Like some people get a little bit too precious with the tutorial. Like, I got to match exactly everything I do. Like I'm just working on the fly as well. So just
suffer now.
Good. Maybe you think this is not misshapen enough and you want to add more. Go for it because it might actually turn out better than what mine is. Now, before we move to the next part, how to save. Blender. Very, very easy. You just go save as, and you just get one file.
I should actually save this though.
Blend. Very literal file extension. Really pushing the limits of what a file extension can be. That's
hiding Four-Eyed over. You should say it's
stuck.
Anyway, I mean, you could try Four-Eyed. Try YouTube.
It's exactly like it.
Try
it's
YouTube.
Like ZBrush, where you got like 4 or 5 different ways to save a project or an object or a tool or a. Hate ZBrush. Okay. That's how you save. Now, also, finally, I would say if you need help, because I know if you're stuck and then you leave a YouTube comment, you might not get a reply. If you want immediate help, I've got a Discord, so I'll put the link below. So there's like a little channel in there where you can just ask for specific donut help. So if you're having issues, feel free to jump into that. And also, guys, don't beat yourself up. Like 3D is definitely has like a steep-ish learning curve. So you're in.
No, 3D doesn't have a learning curve. Fucking Blender does, because your interface changes. I can't even properly follow a tutorial. Like, I can't fucking follow, I can't follow a tutorial because it's all like, The issue is not 3D. The issue is Blender's UI changing. Because I guarantee I would have finished at least a donut or two by now if the interface would vaguely stay the same within 3 years. Is that asking too much? Like most software, if it's been like 6 years since you've used most software and you open it up, you'll be able, it might change a little bit, like Photoshop changes sometimes, but you'll be able to figure it out. But like, why? Why has it been like less than a year from some of these videos? And it's like, nah, it's completely different. What?
That steep slope right now. And it's really common. Like a lot of this stuff is very foreign. 3D is very unique. It's very different to a lot of 2D tools. But don't give up. Like it's definitely achievable.
It's like is this just Twitch sometimes buffer streams? I'm glad it's not having yeah, I'm glad it's not having issues for your camel. I mean, I always have YouTube. You can always open up as well. It might be a little more reliable. But is Blender gatekeeping 3D art by being bad? Like an interface, rather. Like, is that the way of keeping 3D artists' wages up? Is by Blender constantly changing the interface to prevent there being too many people that can do 3D art? Is that what it is? Because like, why? Why? Oh my gosh. Like, it makes me want and wish I could just learn like Maya, because I guarantee that program, if I were to go install like a 6-year-old version of it, it'd probably be vaguely the same as the one today. Like, I'm sure it sucks in its own way. But like, I mean, this is also why I was saying for Blender, it's probably almost easier to learn by bashing your head into the program. Because like, these tutorials are barely helping. I want to make food models. I love food. Oh, food models be fun. Oh, I just want. I mean, you don't have to do math necessarily to make food models. The problem is just the interface is bad. Like, this could easily be solved. Easily.
Learn and self-learn at home. You don't have to go to school. You don't have to pay for a tutor. It's really easy to get help online nowadays. So do make use of that Discord. Post comments as well in the YouTube comment if you want to. But I hope you stay with it. So if you're ready to jump to the next part after you've saved your blend file, go ahead, click here, and I will see you there.
I'm curious.
Did you guys know that Blender?
Oh, let me check. Am I going to actually get a functional donut? Okay, we have. Okay, so this. Okay, after this tutorial, so this tutorial looks like it's going to go into like, you know, I think this might be the last part of it. Or no, I think the part. I think I'm just checking here. So we have that part 4. I mean, I don't have to finish this today.
Congrats. You didn't give up. You made it to part 4.
That dude's congratulating me. I'm also, let me check something really quick. I'm like actually tired, but but actually, no, before we do that, I think we have something else to post real quick. I need favors. Like, the emotional damage from all these developers that are like changing the interface. They owe me money. Actually, I'm gonna very quickly, guys. I'm gonna take a quick like. Howdy, Johnny. The bald Shima. I'm not bald Shima. Oh no, never mind. But I'm a baddie. Oh, thank you so much, Johnny. This blender is turning my. It's a blender in my head. It's a blender in my head. But I'm gonna do, guys. We're gonna do a quick BRB bathroom break. Just give me like 90 seconds. During the BRB break, I'll play my quick Animac. It's fun. Like, it's give me like 90 seconds, guys. I just need to go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna refill my water glass. So enjoy the little. I'll be back in like 90 seconds. Where's my BRB?
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates, and they say communication save relations. Okay, medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way, cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I could try to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates, and they say communication save relations. Okay, medicated.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, let me quickly check something really quick before we continue. I'm back. Okay, interesting. We are up here. Bald! I'm bald. Go back here. Now I am bald. That is true. That's true. Okay.
The 4.0 had a change that makes it more realistic by default, or that there's a new technology that is going to expand the uses for
wait. Is this the right one? You know, we're on
3D exponentially.
Right. Yeah, we're on that. Yeah, I was just making sure we didn't win, because I remember I opened up this part 4. I think it was. No. We're on part 3.
Well, you would if you were on my free.
Let me. Why is this guy yapping so much?
I think I found story. Well, now we donut.
Yeah, there we go.
This is where we finished up at the end of part 1. We've got our nice looking donut.
You know what? Okay, you know what bugs me about this guy here? This guy yapped for a minute. Hiding Priff, you're on Twitch now. This guy yapped for a minute about his, I know he wants this whatever yapping newsletter. Why is there not a chapter flag for that? Why was there not a chapter flag?
And now we're going to make that icing, which looks complex, but is actually fairly simple. Now, as I mentioned before, if you want to add an object, you go Shift-A, right? And then you start with something that resembles what you're trying to create. But we already have something that resembles the exact shape we want to create. It's the donut, because we want the icing around the donut. So let's just reuse this information. So we can do that by duplicating the object. And if you don't know the hotkey for it, you could just go Object, and then you'd find it here where it says Shift D. So Shift D. Now, when you hit that, you are in a placement state, essentially. Like it's duplicated, and it's now saying, where do you want to place it? Now, in our case, and actually often, you don't actually want to change its placement.
He's right. Okay. Hey, okay, so welcome on CS Squirrel. My hair, they stole my... AJ, I need to know, because my issue I'm having here, the main issue I'm having, AJ, is Blender changes stuff constantly. So the tutorials I have, I can't even directly follow the tutorials, or like not even at ult. In Live2D, I've used Live2D a little bit. I don't believe stuff changes that quickly on the interface. Like, Live2D has competent developers. Yeah, we're doing the donut tutorial. I learned Blender to change the day later. Yeah, like, why, Squirrel? And welcome on in, Eater. Like, why does, like... I could probably learn Live2D. I'm way more likely, I don't know, because I think learning 3D would be good, but Live2D is probably easier to learn, if only for the fact that the interface isn't constantly changing. That's the issue I'm having. Because inherently, I'm pretty sure Blender is more complicated, sure, but the main issue is not even that the 3D is complicated. The issue is I can't follow tutorials when they like here. Let me go show you guys something real quick. So we're gonna go click tab. We're gonna go to edit mode. So in edit mode here, like if I want to like click this whole edge, you would want to on like not that okay. So thanks so much to follow Lala. Dreamsicle Lullaby. Thanks so much to follow. You're now one of my friends. Do make check all my socials. We're also on YouTube and Twitch. Same name, Dairo. Yeah, so if you want to select the edge like we did earlier, the tutorial here was like, oh, you're gonna alt click on the area. That does nothing. Alt clicking on this edge does nothing. But for me, I need to shift and double click. Shift double click. So I've also online another version of Blender previously used to hit Control Alt click double click, and there's another version it was Control Shift click, but this version it's just Shift double click. How is there no consistency? Like, how is just don't work if and like how is Blender such like an industry standard, but they can't standardize their damn interface? But I know it's because it's open source, but I say this over and over. I use a lot of open source software. None of them do this. Where like, again, go install a 6-year-old version of Krita, and then go install the latest version. Those ones, the latest version is gonna have some new stuff. It's gonna work better, but it won't be that big of a deal. And you welcome on in. Was I bald earlier? I was. I'm not bald right now. It looks like, but I was bald earlier. Anyways,
You want to duplicate it exactly where it was. So you can cancel the movement by hitting escape or right clicking. Now, when you do that, it looks like it's canceled the duplication, but you can see in your outliner, it has duplicated it. You've got 2 objects, but it's just in the exact same place, which is what we want. So first things first, we need to name them.
You know, I just realized this dude, yeah, Milo, we're doing the donut stuff. This dude for duplicating, why did he not just say Control-C, Control-V? No worries, Juno. What?
Or else we could get very confused very easily. So you can name an object by just double clicking it in the outline.
No. Like, did he use Control D for it? I don't know. Like, what's Control D do? I don't know Control D does, but like so we're just duplicating this layer. You just Control C, Control V. That's not changed.
And then just typing in the object. The other way you can name something, I'll just show you the second way. If you select the torus 0.001, that's your icing object. If you're in the 3D view, where your cursor, is over the 3D viewport, if you hit F2, that's another very quick way that you can name something without having to go up to the outliner to find your object. So with our icing object selected, let's go into edit mode by hitting Tab. So we want the icing on the top, which means this bottom half of our mesh here is redundant. Don't need it. So we want to delete it. So if we just dragged over the bottom here, you can see it looks like we've selected the bottom half of our donut, but if you were to move around, you would see, oh, we haven't actually. It's only selected, annoyingly, what is facing the camera. Where there's a mesh, it's not gone through the mesh. A lot of users find this annoying. I agree. Sometimes it's seems like that would be the more default one that would make more sense, but anyway, don't want to argue. So if you want to select through a mesh, you can go up to here in your top navigation, toggle X-ray. If you turn that on, it's going to enable you to see through the mesh. And now when I drag...
Again, Blender, why is this not the default? Like, so am I going to have... Oh no! Here, I have to go like this. I have to angle like this. I guess this is not that big a deal for it not to be default, but like, I have to angle it weirdly. Oh, so am I on the right one? Make sure I'm selecting the right one. Howdy, Katie. Ola, has it gotten worse? Has it gotten worse? Is the later stage just worse? Because here's the thing. I'm Uncle Ira right now, Adelina, yes. You're like, okay, Milo, the issue is the tutorials. The issue is these damn tutorials, there's just small parts that the interface is changing so quickly. This is Blender's fault. Like, I guarantee I'd be able to follow a 6-year-old my tutorial. You met I talked about the second voice actor, Katie, right? Not the original one. Because wasn't the Uncle Iroh voice actor original one died? Yeah, the second one. Yeah. Tutorial came tutorial. Like, it's just because, like, yeah, but that's cool. You mentioned the second one. Yeah, that's pretty dope. Iroh's the real one. Oopsies. We're gonna turn the light
over it. You can see that I have selected all through the mesh as I move around it. By the way, you might find it like when you're in this state, it's kind of hard to select. Like, it's easy to kind of accidentally select what is a.
Here's this thing. It took me an hour to make a goddamn rounded square cube earlier because, like, the interface changed. I was trying to follow a different tutorial. It took me an hour to figure it out because it changed. It's like, it's not even I'm not having any issues particularly with, this is not that complicated. This is not that complicated. It's a fact. Oh, here. Now, Broja, while you're here, I'll see you later, Juno. Yeah. Make sure to smash that like button, all that stuff. Ambrosia, were you here when I figured out how to select the edge? So, like, the tutorial says, like, alt click on this right here. Good luck, for like, you're supposed to alt click this edge. And then, like, somewhere else, like, control. For this version, it's like version 2.0 of Blender. So on Google, I found back in 2.9 Blender, and I'm from 4.4. They did this where shift double click selects the edge. But, like, why are they reverting this back to 2.9 behavior? No, but like Ambrosia, they changed it because in the tutorial version, the tutorial's like 8 months old or whatever. It was alt click, hiding red grip. Well, come on in. On the tutorial that I'm watching, it was alt click. And then it's somewhere else recently, it's like control shift. But no, it's on my version, it's now behaving like Blender 2.9. It's shift double click. Like it's shift double click. Not alt click. It should be alt click. No, it's not shift one click, shift double click. Why? And I had to Google to figure it out. Like, oh, thank you so much to follow Darth Vader. You're now in Magical Friends. Do make sure to check out my socials on my link here. Again, we're also on YouTube. We're also on Twitch. These are following ways one can. Oh, Danish. Maybe I will learn Danish someday. But can't they just again? The issue. I have yet to see anything that's actually hard in Blender. The issue is they change stuff. How do you this around? The issue with Blender is not that it's hard, because it's not. The issue is they're not consistent. Yeah, like it's the worst. I've never seen a program this bad with changing stuff version to version. I don't care if a program is complicated to use. If I can't follow a tutorial that's like 8 months old, which is under a year old, and because they've changed stuff too much, and it's not, like, why? You're not supposed to change the interface that much. This is Blender, yes, and I'm crashing out. So many people thought it was like Food Blender. No. I sound like Matt Pat crash out. How long have I been using this? However long this stream has been, like 3 hours. I mean, yeah, but Frederick, we're not into 2000s. Okay, here's the thing, Frederick. You know what a good program would do? A good program would go, like, say they'll do a big update, like a really big update, and everything would change, and then it would stay to that. I'm not gonna pull your account up. It's really just navigating UI. Yeah, like Maya, I like I said, I've been talking about Maya's probably better, if only for the fact I guarantee Maya, if I found a 6-year-old tutorial for Maya, it would still be the same-ish. Like, there's new features, sure. But the issue is, under a year, they've changed enough where it took me like a year to figure out something as simple as making a cube. God, we're doing well, Rave. Like, yeah, no, it's understandable. Thanks so much, follow M. It's understandable if a program goes and changes a part of it to, you know, if like a major, let's say a 1.0, like a 0.0 update, so like 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, whatever, or even not that. Like, it has to be like a super major update. Because I know, like, it was Blender 2.0, they completely redid the UI. That's understandable. But, like, why has it consistently still changed constantly? Why? Yes, fire.
Above it, and depending on what you've got at your end, that might have happened already. So another way to easily just look directly on the side-on of your donut is to just click one of these, like in your gizmo here, instead of just dragging around. Just do a single click on either the green one or the red one, the X or the Y. And now we're in that state. You can see it's flattened it, so it's put you in orthographic mode, which actually you can toggle to at any time, just over there, which just makes it.
Well, it's fun to create a learning curve where you regularly learning environment. That's not how good programs should be made. I'm sorry, but anyone who thinks that changing stuff on a program for basic functions is quote unquote fun to have a learning environment is wrong. Like, It's just bad product design. How you doing? S'morismus. It's just terrible product design, and it's unacceptable. Like completely unacceptable for a program's interface that's changed this much in like a year or whatever for a tutorial to be useless. Unless it's a major update. And talking like completely, it's okay for a program to completely have a major update. Like, okay, guys, big deal, big changes. But no, they just drop random changes. Willie, thanks so much to follow. You're not one of Matt's friends as well. It's just completely unacceptable.
Easier to just do a single, all the way through the mesh, select. All right, okay. All right, so we want to delete that. So just hit the delete key. You get an extra option here of what do you want to delete, edges, faces. You want the vertices, that's everything. And now we have, if we go back to object mode, and then let's turn off toggle X-ray as well. And you can see it's working. We got half the donut on top of itself, but
I still need to watch. Adventure Time. Low key left did that too. Did they? Okay. If Live2D did that too, they're evil. Reminds me when Games Workshop regularly did redid an entire like you should just like sure I'll Google them real quick. Moon from Adventure Time. Let me go on my other browser. I mean, aren't Hear Me Out supposed to be for like non-humanoid people? That's like not that weird. I know that it looks like they have zoom in on the gross up zoom ins, but Hear Me Outs are supposed to be like for like monsters or something. Anyways, thanks so much to follow. Thanks so much to follow Zach's Film and Call Sign. I have not played Poppy Playtime now. Well, let me get that tutorial video back up. I am not having fun, but Call Sign. The issue of this is not. Oh, Sleepy, well, come on in. The issue of this is just because the interface is changing, so the tutorials are like useless for a lot of it.
As you move around, you can see you got some flickering. Now, this flickering happens, and it's actually a very common, it's actually a good warning sign to you as an artist, because it means you've got faces on top of faces, and the 3D
Thank
software
you so
doesn't
much
know
for
which
the
face
rose.
to render, right? So it's like sometimes saying it's the front face, no, the back face, the front face, and there's no understanding. Sometimes you can actually spot it in TV shows and like VFX or like low budget
so much
stuff.
the heart,
you can see
Moss.
something flickering in the background, and I'm like, ooh, there it is, Z fighting. That's what it's called, Z fighting, or Z fighting, if you're not American.
Thanks so much to Rose.
So what we want to do is we want to give thickness to our icing. So we can do that with a solidify modifier. So adding another modifier. Make sure you've got your icing selected, not your donut. And then here where you've got add modifier, we're going to go generate solidify. Okay. Now, it's made it.
Hold on. The modifier tab was it here? Where was the modifier tab? Collection, object. Was it here? Ah, here it is. Okay. Yeah, it did. And this. you hope Blender is terrible like this? No, you're wrong, Frederick. I'm sorry, but I hope you never work in product design ever. No. Like, no, there's no reason for user interface to be this bad. Like, you can do major updates. Please list products you work on so I can find it. Oh my gosh, yes. It's like The Blender. No, Rave, the issue is the fact that it changes. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. The interface in Blender is not that bad inherently. The issue is that it changes. The damn key bindings have changed between not that long between inventory. Like the interface for Blender is not that bad. The issue is it changes. That's not what we're talking about, Rave. If there is a thing that unfucks Blender, people talk about it more. No, it changed the key bindings. Like, they're not going to be able to, like... No, Frederick, there's something wrong with you. Changes on interfaces are... Unless you're improving things, it's just different. Yeah, changing functionally outside of major updates. It's very unintuitive. Like it breaks every single tutorial and blocks for takes so much fault. Like there's nothing to be gained by changing the key bindings like this. Frederick, seek therapy. Seek therapy. Please. You can, Rave. Yes, you can. Please, Rave, never work in product design. A person who learned to program a 1.0 should be able to pick up 4.0 and still know what to do. Yes. Like... We're, but anyways, we're gonna
worse. It's actually added a thickness to.
Oh yeah, I want to add like a liquid modifier. That's right, liquid modifier. Like I know it's not much. It's only the minor things are changing. But like the things I've seen it change, there's no reason for it to have changed. There's no reason. Like it goes to the point they removed the save button. They moved and removed the save button from like a single Blender update. Like when I go to the preferences window, when I go to like edit preferences on my version of Blender, there's not an extra save button. Like sure, you go to hamburger menu and save preference, but why? Why? Why did they remove the save button? There's still space for it. Like, why was it removed? No. We're not talking about saving the file. Control S for file. I'm talking about saving the preferences. So when you go to save the preferences, there's like a extra button that pops up at the bottom left on the preferences. But that was removed on 4.4, or probably not 4.4 specifically, but at some point between the other version and this one. It's not on 4.4. Why? No reason. Yeah. You just... Howdy, Anna. Welcome on in. Anyways, I want to add, it was like I might have to go back to see what it wanted me to add. It was like a not deform. It was like a liquid. I might have to go back to see what it wanted me to do. Yeah, I'll go back and see what filter it wanted me to put on.
Generate solidify.
Okay, generate solidify. Okay, add generate solidify. No, like software should be easy to use. Like this isn't like 1990 anymore. Like software should be easy to use. Or you know what, software doesn't even need to be easy to use, but it shouldn't be changing the interface constantly. You know what's fun is actually making stuff. You know what's not fun is debugging and figuring out what the hell the new thing is. Because the tutorial you're on, it won't say that. They won't know that it's changed. You would have to like get a tutorial that's made in the last day. Like, I'm trying to find a way to explain his it honestly, which is why industry test usability customers. I mean, Frederick, usability is honestly kind of irrelevant. What the problem is, like you want it to stay the same-ish. Hi, Michael. Hi. I'm glad you like my accent, I suppose. Like, oh, just use a new TikTok. No. That is not a solution. Using it, so TikTok sucks for tutorials, but using a TikTok newer tutorial is not a solution. If your software is so shitty that a tutorial under a year old is already not usable, that's Frederick. Please never work in product design. See you later, Rafe. Hunting chips.
Okay. Now it's made it worse. It's actually added a thickness to our mesh there, but it's actually done it the wrong way. So it's with the normals. Yeah, what is it? It's trying to put the extra bit inside the donut. So we can change that by just changing the offset here in the solidifier settings. Just drag that all the way to 1. Some of you might have actually found that it was correct before, just depending on which way your normals were. If that's the case, keep it at -1, but everyone else, keep it at 1. We just want to make sure it's actually outside. Okay.
I can agree, but your expert, like, again, it's not impressive to be able to use a skill because the developers of this thing are changing it like a bunch of monkeys at a typewriter. You know what? Maybe that's why Blender's built-in logo thing is a monkey, because this damn software interface is like a bunch of monkeys of a typewriter. Like sometimes they go back to how it used to be. Oh, so thanks so much to follow. Where's Cart? Apex grand player, thanks so much to follow. That's not how it goes open source. Most open sources is like this, Ambrosia. Like I use a lot of open source software. It doesn't do this. Usually open source software has like 1 or 2 people that's keeping the interface in line. And usually the interface just sucks and doesn't change. And they'll do like a major update. Like I've used a lot of it. Changing UI for little to no reason is fast. You know, like there's no reason to change the interface this often to break stuff, because the back end of this is not changed as much as the interface. Like I'm sure they've added some cool new rendering stuff. Frederick, this is an open source software. They don't have to justify shit. They don't have to justify shit. No one's maybe there's not people really getting paid to like. It's open source. You could say that for closed source, but not open source. You wouldn't say that. I would like for mass arrest of every developer that is doing that on the Blender team. Just send them straight to jail. Straight to jail. Like, they should not be allowed to be working on the interface if they're doing that. It's so bad. I think John, welcome on in. Like, it's not even the base Blender's issue. It's them. There's no such thing as a bad interface. Or, well, the worst interface is a changing interface. And thanks so much to follow, John. The worst interface is a changing interface. You can get used to any interface, but if it changes too quickly, that's insanity. That's insanity. And if you say that's fun, there's something wrong with you. Please seek therapy.
Okay. I also, let's just increase the thickness a little bit too. Let's go, 0.025. That looks pretty good. And great. We've got what looks like a yarmulke on our donut. A perfectly straight
we got
edge
fish.
Little hat for our donut. So let's make this look more like icing. So the edge is wavy all the way around. So to do this, this is where we get into the...
Again, every other Frederick, every other open source project I've used has not been even close to this bad. Again, Krita, amazing. Krita, you can use a 10-year-old version of it. Same. No one does that, Frederick. No one does that. I don't know if you're trying to rage bait, like, or if you're just something wrong with you. Like, legitimately, there might be something wrong with you.
Fancy, finger magic. You're typing lots of keys. Anyway,
I would prefer it's rage bait because, like, otherwise something's wrong with them inherently.
To edit mode, and we can see straight away that we can't see the mesh, and that's because the solidify modifier is obstructing our view. So these little boxes here, as I mentioned before, like this is to hide it from viewport. But if you want to just hide it from your edit mode, which is the state that we are in right now, the box next to it is the one that you uncheck, which means in object mode.
Did I do this backwards?
Tabbed in object mode, you can still see it, but edit mode.
I just realized I donut icing. I edited the wrong one, so I'm just gonna fix that by just renaming it. I named. Don't worry about it.
Mode. It's It's temporarily hidden for you.
That's like a show. No, it's like what it reminds me of is Love Nikki. They like retconned the beginning story, but it's worse because honestly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if story gets botched in a video game. No. It did matter. It did matter a little bit because the icing's actually cut out. Oh, didn't even be.
So if I was to select one of these points here and move it down, you can see that it's working, but it would be, again, a lot of effort to go round and round and do these one by one. So we want to use that old familiar proportional fall-off tool again. So proportional editing on, and now as I move it down, let's just lower the slider way down here, and then let's pull this down. Okay.
Why am I?
We'll find.
Hold on, I have to remember how to get object mode. Well, I need to get that grid pattern back up. Isn't it edit mode? Do I have to like click it? Like, how do I get that damn mode back up? I thought it was like object mode. It was working earlier. Oh, it was like no, not X-ray. Viewport shading? No. I mean, I could use that. Because like I think it was not object mode for that. I did that earlier. Like if I went over here and I went oh, there we go, edit mode. Oh, do I have to do edit mode per object? Oh my god, that's strange. That's okay. I like this here I don't have an issue with. It's very strange. No, how do I? Okay, there we go. I think I figured it out. Is it because it's like, if I turn off that, oh, it takes so much to follow Supreme. Or watch your not watch. It's not letting me. Actually, the icing is not turning into edit mode. Or is it because the thickness made it weird? Is that it? Oh no! Okay. It's the filter is breaking edit mode, or not really breaking it. The filter is making it really weird. So you can see on the bottom. And you go to object mode. Okay, so it is in edit mode. What's happening here? Which is just. This is something that should be changed. They should have it go through it. But anyways, It is going to edit mode. It is going to edit mode. And I can even possibly turn in... Don't like, okay, so you can see there, edit mode is turning on. We go to like this one. And we go to select the icing again. I don't, again, I don't know, Frederick. I think you need help. I think it's a cry for help. But yeah. So again, we're turning back to edit mode. It is, oh, that's to like select it. Like, there we go. That's super strange. Like it's there, but like the icing is covering it. What's strange though is I'm looking at the video. On the video, it's not doing that. So I don't know if there's like a thing I need to change for it to like. Did they break this in the current version? Just never update Blender, Ambrosia. But here's bounding box center, medium point, no. Global. Mesh overlay center. So let me make sure it's on. Okay, it is on. So something weird is going on with. Again, this is why this is a. Oh, we're trying to make Steve. We're trying to. It's a 3D Blender. Huh? This is an open source software. What are you smoking? There's no shareholders. There's no shareholders. There's no what? There, you can donate to Blender, and I think they. Frederick, it's open source. It's free open source software. It's not a company. Well, there's a company. It's complicated, but like you can donate and they like basically pay develop. That's how most open source software works. If it's not, that's not how that works, Frederick. That's not. You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Here, where are you? Go. Where's my other window? Where's this window? Just go seek some therapy. Go seek some. You need help, professional help, Frederick. I'm not a therapist. We're gonna go and get this back on top. Get back to this. So I need to get I don't know why my is it the layering on the stuff maybe? UV maps. So weird. If I like put it higher, it would. Like I'm trying to get the. Like I could probably just go through the icing. I'm assuming I can at least. Yeah, but like, why is it breaking like that for me? It's really strange. There's no reason it should be doing that. Let me turn my BGM on real quick. There just is no reason for it to be like. And the tutorial's not going to help me with this. See, this is what I mean by the issues with Blender. It's like, oh, well, this shit is not in the tutorial. At all. Like, this is, look at mushroom. Yeah, this is just the top icing. No. It's, I wish I could tell you what's wrong. Is it this? Edit mode. Here it is. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Ambrosia. I did figure it out. Okay, so what it is on your filters here, you can change the edit mode. But, and I know I didn't hit it. I know I did not hit a key binding. So here's another thing that changed by default. It defaulted to a different type of edit mode, like that. Like, what cursed ass, like, why? Why did it change? This is what I mean by every single person who's working on the interface stuff in Blender should, like, get a new job. It's the fact that it's changing it's bad. Or they could get a job. I don't know. They should not be doing this. Like, the default should be stay the same at the very least. Ideally, you want default to be doing what makes most sense. But having it change constantly is madness. Absolute madness. Oh, so we have that on. There we go. So what the result we want is on cage filter or mode. Welcome back, Judd. So you want the on cage. Yeah, they have a core team. Yeah, they have a core team. Their core team gets paid. We're trying to do the donuts. No, but there's not a shareholders for Blender. They have a core team that gets the salary from the donations. Are you? Huh? Listen, there's no reason for this. They changed. I know more further. We're not even that far into the tutorial. The default should not change like this. They're non-profit foundation. But the defaults. The default. I don't care that the default I had to toggle the default to go forward, or whatever. The problem is the default is changing between versions too much. It's just bad design. No sane project would ever do that. Ever. And user, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome back, Milo. Anyways, now that we've gotten that, we can go back to here again.
If we move to the side here, we can see the first issue we've discovered is that this is separating from our mesh here. And that's not what icing does. When it dribbles down, it follows the shape of the donut all the way down. So what we want to do is
I have big brain disabled right now, I believe.
Undo it a number of times. Snap the vertices to our donut underneath it. Right? So for that, we need to turn on snapping up here. Okay, now,
sure.
There
What's
are
up?
a number of ways to snap in Blender. The default way is increment, which just means the
like I can't read your name on TikTok,
but if you were to just like
you would
move it around, you can see it's just snapping to the grid floor. Not helpful, but we want to snap it to the face.
Okay, so now we're gonna go snap. I mean, I have drawn streams. I'm not particularly good at it. I have done drawing streams.
Just snapping to the grid floor. Not helpful. But we want to snap it to...
Okay, so we're going to click... What is he even clicking? Is it that? No. What's he clicking to get to there? What's he clicking to get to there? Is it this? No. Yeah, and the issue is I'm not getting stuck by it's not nothing is terribly hard. I'm not gonna be able to open up accounts. Like, if you want to share your art on my Discord, you can share your art on my Discord. But I'm not gonna be able to open up your account right now. But the only reason we're having issues is like shit like this, where like an interface changed again. So I have to figure out where that shit is on my interface. Where it's at a different place. So like, oh, here it is. I found it. It's like in a completely different place. I found it where it moved. But this case is not that bad of an example. Hi, Digma. Yeah, I'm Dairo. I'm Uncle Dairo. I think it said face.
The face.
It's really unacceptable with how basically everything is like, even the smallest things have changed between versions.
And now with face snapping enabled, if we move this down.
So we're going to go and, I don't know, click that, go like that, or.
We can see, let's just look here, that the bottom bit is snapping to the face. But as you might have seen, the top bits, the rest of essentially what is inside of our circle of influence with this proportional editing, that's not being affected. Only the little point that we had selected was affected. So that's not what we want either. Normally that would be enough, but in this particular case, we want to also snap individual elements too. And let's go face project. Now, when we pull this down, you should see.
Yeah, you're yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, it's really unacceptable of how bad these interface changes are. Nothing I have seen in this software is hard. If like it's nothing in Blender so far I've done is hard. It's all been stupidly easy. Quite frankly, if it wasn't for the interface changes, I should have been at this stage in like 15 minutes max. It's only taking like 4 hours because the interface has changed since the tutorial. Like, so I have to keep figuring stuff out. Like, how you doing, Candy Apple and Jaquan? Welcome on in.
That these are also no longer clipping through the donut. But still, we have issues. Why is that? Well, it is actually working correctly. We can see these are not going through the mesh. So why does it look like it is? The reason for that is that there's actually just not enough information.
See you later, Candy Apple.
So if we go side on, you can
we're doing donuts,
right?
Yes.
Like we've got this point here, and then we've got another point down here, and then we've got this long stretch in between, right? So that means that this part of the
suffering.
donut,
Jaquan is suffering.
That goes.
Just sorted by lace. What's this? Huh? Have a good sleep, Frederick. I'm trying, Techie. It's what are you looking on the Reddit? Were people complaining about a version change? We go to like Reddit Blender. How long has it been? It's been almost 4 hours. Would go like new. I don't know where you're looking here. There's just a bunch of stuff. Can I see your built-in? You want to see the full view? No, I'm not tired. We'll probably. I don't know how much longer we'll go, but let me go and I might be able to just skip a tutorial and get to a certain scuff bit and just finish it without watching the tutorial. But Phantasma, you want to see my whole model here? Do you do what? What do you mean, Dark Cocoa Cookie? What do you mean, do your what? Huh? Oh, it takes so much to follow Gojo. What do you mean, do your what? Anyways, we're gonna show my model off real quick. I don't know what do you mean by do mine. I don't. Again, got that. Again, got a little. I'm like 5'10", but there we go. Thanks so much to follow Villager. You know what I want to try doing here? Let me just say, I think I know how to get past where we're at to a decent point to be... Oh, wrong button. Ah! Hold on. Hold on. I hit the button. Oopsies. So we're going to go and zoom to a semi-passable version of this. We're just going to zoom into it. Don't spam in chat, Frederick. I'm just going to... Do I have my Twitch open still? There it is. There we go. Anyways, we're going to go that. We're going to go and zoom through the rest of this because I think I know how to make this passable. Not how tutorial's doing it, but I cannot be bothered at this point. Okay. So we're going to go, we're going to, oops, Z, yeah, G, yeah. We're going to go like that. We're going to go like that. There we go. Yeah, I think we'll do it like that. Okay, we're going to quickly zoom through this and color it. I can't bother to do this correctly. What's happening? We're making a donut. Yeah, we're making a donut. Well, I've abandoned the tutorial just to make this. Like, I understand what the software is trying to make me do. But there we go. Why is that orange now? What did I... Oops, there we go. We're going to go up. That's probably not too bad. Now we're going to go grab another object here. We're going to go... Was it Shift A? Yeah. We're going to go Shift A. We're going to make not a circle. Oops, not a circle. We're going to go Shift A. We're going to go add cylinder. What the? That's not a cylinder! Hold on. In what world would it default to like an edgy cylinder? That's really funny. I guess I can just smooth it. It's probably what it wants me to. Oh, please don't say it crashed just now. Okay, we're good. Never mind. I thought it crashed. Oh, where's my mouse? Oh no, it did crash. It crashed. How did that make it crash? Like, instead of... Oh, it survived. Okay, now, you know what? Actually, I'm impressed. I'm impressed that didn't crash. Let me go back to, like... I thought it was crashing on here. And then we're going to go... we're going to make it, like... that... There, okay. Donut. Where the heck? I don't see the objects. Is it like within it? What the heck is... Where'd that object go? I can't even undo it now. It's not in my layers. Welcome on in, Harold. It's not like the center star is not in my layer. It's just not there. Like if I turned off, why is it part of the icing? Did it merge it somehow? That's so weird. Yeah, this is not. I wouldn't necessarily fault Not the donut. Why did this get merged? Belly button? Yeah, I've tried to undo that. Edit. Undo history. Edit. Okay, edit. Undo history. Oh, I can go over to add cylinder. There we go. I don't know if it's because like I was like selecting it. That's really weird. I don't know. I can't remember how to move the other thing. It was set cursor. I can move the cursor over. Yeah. It was, I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, we're going to go. And now we're going to go add that cylinder. It was Shift A. Again, we're just going to add it like for that, and then we're going to go put this move on there. Move in. We're going to. How do I use it? Like. No. I want to use a Waza to move. There we go. They should add Wazda moving in this area, because I've seen other 3D stuff to allow Wazda. Jaden, why were you old? The Dyra thing? It was to redeem. Anyways, we're gonna go smooth first. Not smooth first. It's smooth. It's not just smooth. I can't remember how to do it. It was smooth vertices, was it not? I also just don't see it in my scene collection, which is really weird. Listen, all I want is like a little guy. No, I know Unity does it. I'm trying to just get rid of. I'm trying to make a little. I could skip on the tutorial to figure it out. But honestly, you know, I'm just not gonna have sprinkles. You know, we don't need goddamn sprinkles. We don't need sprinkles. It's just. How do I select this again? You know, just no. I'll X-ray select this. Just be gone. Be gone, witch. Be gone, witch. There we go. So done with this. I'm so done with this goddamn piece of software right now. It was. There we go. I am tired. But, like, I'm only tired because I've been fighting the interface this whole time. Alright, so we're going to go to donut icing. I'm going to go and add a color on it. I would go Twig. Twig, why does the interface change so much to that recent tutorial is fucking useless? Like, the Blender's not complicated. But, like, why is the interface... Everyone who's ever worked on Blender's interface needs to be fired. But not because it's complicated, but because it changes so much I can't follow the tutorial. Like, this tutorial's not even, like, old. Like, why? Blender's not complicated. I've been fighting the damn interface. And not because the interface is hard, but because I can't follow the tutorial. I have to, like, look up every single thing. I'm like, oh, what could it possibly be? Like... Hi, Niyuki. But yeah, let me go and figure out where I did the coloring on there again. Surface. Color. Was it that? Was it this? Is that the color on that? Like, can I go there? Do I have the wrong like render mode on? We're shading there. No, okay, this is a viewport. I don't need to. Oh no, red. Why does everyone keep thinking it's like the other, like, you know? Oh, okay. Why can I not control Z? Okay, I've seen other 3D programs do this well. Why can you not? Why can I not control Z a color input? Why? You know. Anyways. Did I not? There you go. Yeah. Like, can I not, the tender blender. What's your favorite color? Why can I not control Z the color? That's also a really weird decision. Like, I just want to control Z this. So I'm going to hit control Z. Nothing. Why? I'm going to go to undo. No, you can't. You cannot. Why are surfaces not like... What is wrong with the Blender developers? Bald. I mean, bald on top of my suffering. Like, why can't I... Fine, we'll leave Aaliyah the purple background. That's not... What I'm trying to change is the... Not the world. I did it before. View layer... No, I just want to paint it. Actually, let me get rid of this damn tutorial thing in top right where... Like, it should be, like, here. It's not the... Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Kristen. The Wooey Cat? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Decky? Or do I know Wooey? I don't know. Like, it should be... Like, it would be... No, where is it? Like, the surface. I did it earlier. And then, like, it should be this. It should be, so, like, no, that's the world properties. Scene properties? No. It's like, maybe we have to add a modifier? Is it a modifier? Why am I purple? I miss purple. I think maybe universe. Why do you turn into what? And Soapy, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Soapy. Do I need to generate... Was it like a surface? How did I do the coloring? How did I do the coloring again? Hair. Like, this part of it, my not remembering how to do this is fine. You can select the object, go to texture and the paint tab. Okay, I'll do that. So I can go to object... You select an object, go to texture in the paint tab. I'm on the object to Taurus there. Where's the paint tab? Like, is it not the... Like, I'm also on the world one. This is the... Next to it up top? I don't... Is it the scene? Like the very, very top? Like the top right? Like... the layers is called the UV, right? I don't know why they call it the UV. It should be called layers, but whatever. That's not that important. I'm okay for calling different things. I don't see a paint tab. Like, you guys can at least see it now. I'm not covering anything. Or it says layout, modeling, and sculpting. But nowhere says that. Oh, you mean up there. That's the top left. Could have said the top left. Texture paint. Okay, texture paint. That's not how I did it earlier. Hey! Money Mount Man. I'm tired. I'm so tired. This is not how I did this earlier. But there's a lot of different ways to paint. So we're gonna go and I'm gonna, can I just go like that? No? Okay. Oh gosh. I got the donut. But the top part, I just need to color our top bottom part brown and I'll be happy. It's like that maybe? Did I just like, can I just paint it like brown? I don't know. No, that's not it. Listen, I just want to paint it in. Oh, maybe let's right click it. No. I can add a texture on top. Do I just like right click? Where? I just click new texture maybe? Create new image. What? I don't know. That's Blender for you. It says texture slots? Textures. Oh, texture slots. Thank you. Base color. Add. Okay. I'll just do that. We shall do it this way. Okay, cool. Can I just go like... I did this a different way earlier. But... You know what? You know what? We can do it this way. There's surely an easier way to do this. Now, Willie, I think I've been complaining about this like almost all stream, but like the issue with Blender is not that like it's complicated, but the version differences are like weird. Like the reason I'm having problems like with the tutorial I was following was it just, yeah, I don't know. Like the changes, it just changes like constantly. We're gonna go and make a new. Sure, add. Now why is that on? No, it should be on. Is it because I needed that? Just. So I have it there, and now I have a donut there. There's an easier way to do this. Yeah, like I think that unironically, because the tutorials, like it's not the tutorial's fault. It's the fact that I have this like 6-month-old tutorial or whatever, and they've already changed the UI. They changed the whole UI to the point that 99% of tutorials are useless. Yeah. Like, oh, go to TikTok. Oh, go to TikTok. No. Fuck off. Because, like, if your program changes that much in, like, 6 months, why? Like, why? There's no reason. Oh, if I would, this one here, it's like a year old. I hadn't actually looked at how old it is. I've set a couple of dates. It's like a year old. But you should be able to use an 8-year-old tutorial for most software, and you'll be mostly like an 8-year-old tutorial in almost any software, you'll be fine. How do you strawberry? Yeah, I just want to color this bottom brown, and then I'm going to be happy with my donut. I am so over it. Why can I not? I'm having issues like select. So I have here. Let me turn this. So we have here, like this is definitely the right one. So now I need to make sure I'm adding it to just that. So I guess we'll add. Oops, I'm gonna add the. Where'd it go? Can we just go to like... No, I don't want to do a... I can't remember what I did a second ago. My brain is melting. I just want this to be over. I'm so overstacked to fucking... Like, unironically, I probably could have gone further by not opening any tutorials. Because of how useless they were, because I was just having to Google everything. There's... Was it here? Somewhere on here was like this, the paint thing. I see someone second ago. Select... Sculpting. Like, I want to add a... Did I just click new? I was up here, I think it was. So now I'm going to go... Where's my colors again, though? Yeah, it's my first time using using Blender. I am not having fun. But it's not even like... It's like... Oh, here it is. Texture. New texture. We're going to go... Type... I just want like a... Let me kick the... It's like... Let me go to like 200. VTuber. What's a VTuber max? Huh? I am chef. I've kind of given up on doing this properly. I just want to paint the bottom of this damn donut brown. I'm so tired. And I can't figure out how to... Yeah. Just let me color it. Can I like Control Z until I get... Fill. That's not even on there now. I don't get why that's not. I don't get it. Let's see layer backs, I guess. I don't... Can I like just... Why is that not working the way I want it to work? Like, that should just work, right? that should just work. I added... Again, for this part, I probably just me not doing it correct, but... What is wrong with the Blender developers? I'm not sure that is freaky. No, not off the top of my head. Add. No, let's get out of UV. No, here's the thing though. If I have it to F12, is it going to be like painted? Okay, it is, but like, oh, it's so cursed. The painting I did actually made it worse. So the donut icing here. No, it's not that. Whatever I did for the painting earlier just made it worse. Thanks so much for the follow. That was called who was it? Freaky. Thanks so much for follow. Yeah, I'm keeping track of the gifts. I mean, I can see them. The last gift was from Call Sign the Rose. And Lewis, welcome on in. Thanks so much for the follow. I'm trying to paint the donut because, like, I've given up doing this properly. What's wrong with the Blender developers? You can't even really follow the tutorials because thanks so much for I can't. What was it? It's not popped on my stuff yet. Oh no! Thanks so much to Universe for the rose. I'm trying to paint this, and like I have it purple, and I don't want that. Like, why is there not just like a is it this? Was it this? No, it wasn't this. It's... I don't know what I'm doing. You asked that already, Freaky. I think I'm just trying to colored mesh. I just want it flat colored at this point. I don't give a shit. Because like when I go back to like the I don't know why we're not doing it for the sculpting tab, but I don't know why my background is not blue. I guess it's this. Yeah. Why can I? Here we go. I don't know. I'm so tired of this right now. It's so so where's the bottom half of the donut? Like I think this has gone progressively worse. Like the donut was in a better shape earlier. Now it's somehow gotten worse. Is it because of like, can I just like undo until it goes back to how it was? No, because the thing is I can't undo the background. Like that's the other thing. Why is there not an undo button for the background? Like, oh, so I can't even undo that much. I'm out of undos. Why is it like down there? Here. Like, if you go to F12, it's I don't know what happened to the body of that. If I go to UV paint editing or texture paints rather, now it's all purple. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened. You know what? I think I'm gonna just give up on the donut like here. I'm so for real. I'm just gonna I'm not even gonna export it. I'm not even gonna export it. No, I don't do how did Kane, by the way? I don't do song requests now. I'm like, if I go to export this, it looks like all I want to do is change the bottom of the donut to brown. That's all I want to do, and I can't seem to do that. I want to change this just to brown. So I turned that off. Like, coloring this is not coloring it. We can try. Can I like texture paint? Can I do I have to like add another? I think I have to add another one of these. Untitled. How do I add another one? It's like new image. Excuse me. No. What's your? I don't know what you're talking about, Johnny. How many goddess? Yeah, there should be, right? There should be Luddy. I shouldn't even have to be on this page to do this. Which is weird, right? Like I should be able to go to like here. Like I should be able to I should be able to color it from here, right? The blank UV grid, color grid. Like I don't know. I should be able to color it from there. Yeah, like, I think something is very broken with my donut right now. And I know different versions do change a lot with Blender. And I did recolor something earlier, which like it was just like selecting from this side window. I don't know what you can draw a turtle, Lewis. Turtles are always good. Maybe you can add a new base color. It's not changing it. Like I tried adding material there. What if I just like, can I select the material now? So if we go back to the icing. Okay, so this here, That is the icing. So this here is selecting the icing, right? So if I go... This here is definitely the icing. I'm triangle. I am in purgatory, I feel like. Like, I don't even know why it's not working right now. Like, it's not even looking at my brush anymore. Okay, now it's brushing. Now it's brushing. Okay. I was thinking so much to follow the emo kids. So we're gonna go before this breaks again. We're gonna go. No, that should be. Why is this coming at black now? My brush is pink, right? My brush is pink and it's coming out black. What are you doing, Blender? What's going on? Mix? Is it because like it's a blending mode? Can I like get rid of all these? Just open. Not that. If I like, I think this is closing it. Not the render result. Whoops. I have no idea. I guess not even. Don't icing base color. Look, fake user. What? Like that's not doing anything there. I don't get what it's doing at all. It's like. I'm just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna take a screenshot of this and call it a day. I give up. I can't even get back to. Like, is it this again? No, because that's the wrong tool. Paint. Okay, no, wait. We did get back to it. Wait. I want this to be pink. No, I can't even change the color. It's like... It's just black. It's just black. Like, I top left. I don't know if you guys can see it behind the chat, but like, I have pink selected, and it's just not going as pink. Thanks so much to follow. It's Mai. But yeah, I add. What if I go to no, that's here. Can I just like make this bigger? Yeah, that's my donut. Let me just screenshot this real quick. Yeah. There we go. I'm gonna find somewhere to send YouTube and Twitch over. Oh, before we end on YouTube though, look at the community leaderboard. Congratulations on the leaderboard for the YouTube community. Number 1 is Kyra. We got number 2, Milo, and number 3 on YouTube's leaderboard for today is Prif. But I'm gonna find somewhere to send you guys. Again, on YouTube, if you guys never smashed the like button, please do so. I will also find someone to send you guys on Twitch. Oh, I can show you what it looks like on render here. Or I can tell you. It kind of, yeah, the colors show up how it is. It kind of looks like that on render. Yeah. I'm not gonna actually bother exporting it. Good morning, Rexy. I've been in hell. You know, Rexy, I think that Blender is literally has whoever's working on a graphic design or user interface for Blender might actually be like Satan himself, because it changes so often it's impossible to follow a tutorial. It's not Blender's, but the main issue I'm getting with Blender is they change it so often that a tutorial's not old, it's useless. Like, it's not useless, but like you have to like figure out how to do that thing. It's like, oh, they changed back to how it was 4 years. Like, whoa, like you, why? Like, why? Blender itself is not complicated. I spent this whole time trying to do basic shit because I couldn't figure out how to do the thing because the tutorial, it was not like, and it's not a thing a competent game should do. Okay, so we got Vice is doing a 3D stream. I think we'll go for doing Ring Fit. I'm ready to go over to Ring Fit. Why? Oh, we do have tea tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow is going to be tea. Do look forward to that. Let me find someone on Twitch to raid. Oh, I do need to... hold on, I need to delay that Twitch ad. We're not going to give you guys ads. Guess news. I am so over this. I don't want to touch Blender again unless... No, the problem... Like... It's just the fact that if the interface changes, there's no point in learning Blender unless you stay on the same version forever, which is dumb. It's not how competent software is made. It's not. We're going to see where we're sending you guys. How about... is this... So I think it is. I kind of gave up. Yeah. I gave up and I was... Oh, whoops. I'll send you over. Okay, so I found a place to send a bunch of people. Ice cream came out... Yesterday's Ice Cream Honeybee was so good. Honestly, it came out fantastic. I got a raid for you guys. We got a raid mess. Magical. I don't know. I hate Blend. No, Magical. I give up on Blender raid or something. I don't know. Screw that. I don't know. Something like that. Or no. Raid. I think something like, I don't know. Do whatever raid message you want to put in there. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'm done. It's not complicated. No. Rexy, Blender is not complicated. The problem with Blender is it's impossible because they changed the damn interface every freaking like it's an issue. There's no reason for... It's not even complicated. I was using it. It's not even complicated. It's merely really weird choices by developers to constantly change stuff. But anyways, guys, so we got tea tomorrow. I'll see you guys later. I'm done. I'm freaking done. See you later, TikTok. We were doing Blender, and now we're done. Yeah. We're gonna